And good morning again. Sorry about that, everyone. I had a little bit of a technical difficulty. Had to restart the stream. Sorry about that. Again, welcome to the second day of Thon. We are right now in the quarterfinal stage of the tournament. There are four mats at right now going on simultaneously. Got in a little bit late this morning. I was under the impression that the tournament was going to restart at 10 o'clock this morning. It did not, but we're fine. No harm, no foul. So right now, let me get you caught up on what's going on right now. Over on mat number 1, and which, by the way, I've completely switched seats, so now I can see all 4 mats right now. On mat number 1, Stephen Douglas of Lyman is taking on Tristan Haley of Pinedale, and that match is in the 3rd period. Over on mat number 2, which is the mat literally right in front of me, Jared Smith of Kelly Walsh is taking on Antonio Avelia of Thunder Basin. And over on mat number 3, over to my right, Lance Streifel of Thunder Basin is taking on Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs. And then behind me, over on mat number 4 to my right, Jackson Moore of Evanston is taking on Kale Johnson of Natrona, and all of those matches are quarterfinal matches. Coming up here in just a few minutes, on mat number 1, Drew Lynch of Riverton will be in action in a Consolation round 3 match as he takes on Nathaniel Boren of Gray Bull. And so that'll be coming up. There's a match before that, and so just to get you caught up again, where we are in the quarterfinal round, and so what is going to happen is, from what I was under the impression, the quarterfinals and the semis will take place, and then they are going to tear down some mats, move some mats around to be able to then do the finals for the day. And what's going to happen at that point is I'm going to drop the stream, and then I'm going to be moving behind me about 20 feet to be able to get into the bleachers, to be able to get a better view, to be able to call the finals. And so that'll be later on in the afternoon. We're probably looking, I'd say probably a 1-2 p.m. Time for that start. From what I was told yesterday from Coach Jay Gailey, that they're going to allow the JV group to come over to the gym as well to watch the finals as well. A very nice crowd that's sitting right across from me. Usually I'm on the side where I normally sit now for basketball, and I'm looking across, and it's a nice crowd. Good turnout for a Saturday for the quarterfinals and the Consolation. As far as I know as well, and I don't have the bracket up in front of me as of right now, we will also see the ladies. They will be doing their placement matches as well later on today. I do not see them on any of the mat schedules as of right now. And again, if you want to keep a track on who is going to be where and when, if you'll go to trackwrestling.com, that will be where you can find all of the information, results, brackets, so on and so forth. But as right now, over on mat number 2 is what we're going to pick up on. This is Jared Smith and Antonio Avelia from Thunder Basin and Kelly Walsh. They are just about to end the second period with 5 seconds left in the tie 9-9 between both. And as soon as I say that, the time does expire. And so now Smith, Avelia is going to have the choice. He chooses down to enter the third period, and Smith will cover, and we're off and running in the third period with 1:55 and a tie and a 9-9 tie. Smith is looking for wrist control and then gives it up, and Avelia turns in and gets the point for the escape. So now it is 10-9 in favor of Avelia. Both young men looking for wrist control. Smith tries to drop down and go for a shoot, is unable to do so. So both men back up to a neutral position at the standing position with 1:20 left in the third period. again, Avelia tries to shoot in, and a nice block there by Smith with the shoot, and Avelia with a nice block there, and now has most of his body weight down on the back and shoulders, and referee calls for a time there. And we're both back to the center position. Referee calls for it, and here we go again. With just under a minute left, and Avelia with a 1-point lead at 10-9. Both young men now tangled up in the right center part of the circle. Avelia has Smith's legs wrapped around his head, and Smith has did have one of Avelia's ankles, still going after that ankle, and now a grapevine around that one leg is Smith on Avelia. Smith again going after the ankle. There is 10 seconds left in the match. 10-9 in favor of Avelia. 7 seconds. 5, 4, no movement still. 2, 1, and that is the match. And Antonio Avelia of Thunder Basin gets the win at a 10-9 decision. So right now we're waiting on Nathaniel Boren versus Drew Lynch over on mat number 1. The match before that is Sage Lawn versus Connor Vickery, and that is in the third period with 8-6 score in favor of, I believe, Vickery. Third period just gets underway over on mat number 1, and both young men battling for control right now on a position. Vickery with the back control and has Lawn on the mat face down, trying to find some kind of a move to be able to get on that wrist to be able to start a roll position to get the pinfall. Lawn up to his knees now, both men up to their knees, with just under a minute 15 left in the third period. Nice sit out there by Lawn, unable to complete it though, and so Vickery takes the control back on the back. Vickery has both hands on the wrist of Lawn, who is again on the mat face down. Both young men back up to a standing position now with just under a minute left in the third period. And 8-7 is the score in favor of Vickery. 25 seconds and counting left, and again 8-7. Both young men look winded, trying to find something in the last few minutes. With 15 seconds left, both young men go out of bounds, and so we'll go back to the center of the mat, and we'll go at it again. There is 5 seconds left in the third period between these two, and with 1 second in the end, it is going to be an 8-7 victory in favor of Connor Vickery. And so that will bring Nathaniel Boren of Gray Bull and Drew Lynch of Riverton to the mat. And this will be a consolation third round match. Lynch in gray with red trim for the Wolverines, and Boren in black with a green, or black with red, and then a yellow G on the left leg of the singlets, and we're off and running in the first period. Both young men looking to battle for position. Lynch goes for a shoot, unable to do so. Boren gets side control and gets 2 points for it, and now Lynch tries to sit out and roll out, unable to do so. Both young men down on their knees in the center mat, and now Boren goes for a side, looked for a side roll. It looked like for almost like a standing shooting of the half there, unable to get that, and Boren picks up and just drives Lynch out of the off the mat, out of bounds, and so they go back to the center. Lynch will take the down position as Boren takes the top. Boren is a little bit shorter than Lynch. However, it looks like Boren is the quicker of the two. Referee still waiting for. So we've been down at the starting position 3 times, and the referee has had to restart 3 times, and finally there it goes, and so we're back up, and now it is 3-1 in favor of Boren with under 20 seconds left in the first period. Both young men in a standing position, battling for control, looking for wrist control is Lynch and Boren. Lynch is using a wide base down to one knee, trying to push Boren off. Boren now driving into Lynch and again drives him out of bounds, but then time expires at the end of the first. So at the end of the first period, it is 3-1 in favor of Nathaniel Boren of Graybull. At the beginning of the second period, both men at a starting position in a central neutral position, and we're off and running with under a minute 50. Both men look like to be sizing each other up. A little head slapping there by Lynch. Nutt doesn't seem to phase Boren at all. Boren down on his knees. Again, both men very methodical, different pace than what it was in the first period. Finally, they lock up with under a minute and 30 left in the second period. And again, Boren shoots and drives Lynch out of bounds. So we're back out to the center of the mat with a minute 23 left. And Boren with the 3-1 lead. Both men center of the mat, tie up again. Nice spin out move there by Boren, gets control of the arm and brings Lynch down to the mat. Boren has full control of the left arm of Lynch right now, and now has control of the head as well. Referee calls for a stoppage though. And so we go back to the center of the mat and we start all over again with under a minute left in the second. Again, some head slapping by Lynch. And Boren not phased by it, so he goes back to the wrist and has control of the head again. 35 seconds left and counting in the second period. Boren looking for head control, looking to be able to grab that wrist and make something happen with it. Lynch tries to sit out, but Boren grabs the wrist as he tries to twist out, so he doesn't go far. So now we have we call it a dangerous move there. It looked like. And then it looks like there is they're calling for a little bit of blood there on Lynch. We'll get that cleaned up. So right now, we start the 5-minute clock for the timeout. Nathaniel Boren of Graybull comes in with a 29-3 record, and he's really shown it in the match so far. Drew Lynch comes in 9-4, and honestly, there is a difference in seniority as well. Boren being a senior and Lynch is a sophomore. So the blood is taken care of. So Lynch is down and Boren on top, and we're back at it with under 10 seconds left in the second period. 5-1 in favor of Nathaniel Boren. Lynch tries to get back up to his feet and does, but unable to spin out. Boren grabs an ankle, and then that ends the second period. So Riverton had the choice of what position to start the third period. They take neutral. We're back at it with 1:57 left in the third period with a 5-1 lead for Nathaniel Boren. I just got a good look at Nathaniel Boren's eyes, and he is steady going into this third period. And as soon as I say that, he takes Lynch down to the mat. Lynch bridges, tries to bridge, stays on his head. His neck is not supposed to bend that way, but he's got both his head and shoulders off the mat, so that's the main point. He's got feet out of bounds on the far end. Referee is right there, still is not called for the pinfall, and Lynch is still fighting, still not, the shoulder is still not down, still holding the shoulder up with 1:12 and counting. 7-1 in favor of Boren. Boren's not worried about the score right now. He's won the pinfall. He starts making the move, and finally, there it is, the pinfall for Nathaniel Boren of Graybull. Drew Lynch fought that pin off as long as he could, but then finally had just not enough in the tank. So Drew Lynch falls to Nathaniel Boren here in the Consolation round 3. So now over on mat number 1, it is Alex Draper of Thunder Basin taking on Jake Hammer of Pinedale. Over on mat number 2, it is Porter Merritt of Star Valley taking on Ross Conclaves of Worland. Over on mat number 3, which is over to my far right now, is, let's see here, Blaine Coleman of Rollins taking on Liam Fox of Cheyenne East. And then on mat number 4, right behind me, is Trayson Avelia of Kelly Walsh taking on Hunter Davis of Green River. I want to give a shout out to the administration here at Riverton for allowing me to sit mat side for day number 2, and this is an awesome view. I gotta admit, I'm wrestling going on all around me. I've got athletes warming up to my right and left and behind me. It's a different feel than what it was in day 1 when I had to walk around most of the day to be able to see, but we had a lot of fun yesterday. So over on mat number 1, it is Draper, like I said, and Jake Hammer, and it is 2-1 in favor of, I'm going to say that is in favor of, trying to see the singlets here. Give me 1 second. It is 3-2 now in favor of Jake Hammer of Pinedale. Hammer is got a underhook on Draper's right arm, and referee calls for a stoppage. And so at 34 seconds, we go back to the center of the mat. Draper goes down to the mat on all fours, and then Hammer will set up. Referee calls for the start, and we're off and running, and immediately Hammer takes Draper down to the mat. 25 seconds and counting left in the first period, and Hammer has got a really nice lock on the right arm of Draper. 10 seconds left in the first period, and Hammer is not letting Draper go anywhere at all. So at the end of the first period, it is 3-2 in favor of Jake Hammer of Pinedale. Hammer goes down on all fours. Draper mounts, and we are off and running in the second period. And off that, Draper takes Hammer down. Good measure from the first period, I mean. And now it is Draper not letting Hammer up to his feet. And as soon as I say that, Hammer gets up to his feet, turns out 1 point for Jake Hammer, making it 4-2. Draper with a nice head snap there, dropping Hammer back down to the mat. And both men now semi out of bounds. Draper is mostly out of bounds, with probably his ankle is the only thing in bounds, and finally the referee calls out of bounds. So Draper comes back to the center. And Hammer will mount on the down position, and we're off and running again. And this time, Hammer has a harder time bringing Draper down to the mat, but he does. There is a minute exactly left in the second period, and it is 6-2 in favor of Jake Hammer. Referee calls for a stoppage again. We're back to the center of the mat again, and as we did about 20 seconds ago, we're back at it. Referee calls for a stoppage as both young men went before the whistle, and second time's best go around, and here we go again. Hammer automatically brings Draper back down into the mat. 6-2 in favor of Hammer with 50 seconds and counting in the second period. Hammer has a good-looking possible pin there. He's got the arm, brings Draper halfway over to his back. Draper with a nice bridge out, twists his hips, and again unable to get the pin as Hammer, so Hammer tries again. There is 25 seconds and counting left, and Hammer is now trying to just wear down Draper on this pinfall. 20 seconds left. Draper has got good position, and then finally Hammer drops all of his weight down on the shoulder of Draper, and with 8 seconds, Hammer still has not gotten the pin. Another good bridge by Draper, and finally Hammer gets the pinfall with just 1 second left in the second period. Again, Draper tried to fight off that pin for a good 20 seconds. So if he could have held on for another 21 seconds, that'd have been ideal, but the referee called for the pin with just 1 second left. So right now on the mats, they are all that I can see. There is one quarterfinal match going on over on match number 2, which is Cody Phelps and Micah Peterson. That's the match going on right in front of me. It is 6-2 right now in favor of, trying to see who that is. That is in favor of, I think that is Cokeville's Micah Peterson. I'm not able to see the singlets really well right as of yet, but it is 8-2 right now with 50 seconds and counting in this quarterfinal match over on mat number 2. Both young men are in the center of the mat right now and looking for some kind of opening is Cody Phelps. So Phelps now is on top of Peterson, and Phelps has got a good possible pin, looking to shoot the half, roll over and lay all of his weight on the shoulders. There is 9 seconds left in the second period, so we're back to where we were on mat number 1. 3 seconds, 2, 1, and Micah Peterson was able to hold on and make sure that there was no pinfall in the second period. However, it is 11-2 in favor of Cody Phelps of Pinedale. And so at the beginning of the third period, both young men are going to stand at a neutral position, and we're off and running in this final period. So if you are Micah Peterson, you're looking for a pinfall. Nice trip hold there by Cody Phelps. And Phelps lets him back up and gets a point. It gives a point to Peterson, so it's 13-4. And another nice leg trip takedown there by Peterson, or by Phelps. Another 2 points, 15-5 in favor of Peterson. In favor of Phelps. It's always hard when there's two last names that sound very similar. Both young men out of bounds with 1:22, and Phelps and Peterson will go center circle, and we're at it again. And I think I can see what Phelps is doing. He's taken Peterson down a couple of times and then let Peterson up. So I think he's looking for points here with a minute left, and as soon as I say that, he takes back control, tries to take Peterson down, does again, another takedown. That's 17-5 in favor of Phelps. And now Phelps has back control, but Peterson trying to make a move. Peterson has got Phelps' ankle, and Phelps' ankle is not supposed to bend that way. Phelps really well done there. He scoots his way out of bounds, so the referee has to call for a restart, and so that happens. We're back to the center with 36 seconds and counting in the third period, and 17-6 in favor of Cody Phelps. Phelps is in no hurry right here with 20 seconds. Peterson tries to shoot. Phelps, a nice block there, and takes back control, 17-6. And then 2 points given for the back control makes it 19-6 with 10 seconds left. And now it's Phelps just trying to run the clock out. Phelps with a nice little spin move there, tries to grab the ankle, make sure nothing else weird happens with 1 second, and that is it for that one. And so Cody Phelps from Pinedale with a 19-7 victory and a really good match on his part as he goes on to the semis. So we go from one quarterfinal match to the next one. And that is going to be Connor Todd of Green River taking on Rudy Osborne of Sheridan. Osborne is a little bit taller than Todd. And we're off and running in the first period. And nice leg trip there taken by Connor Todd. And quickly, Todd has back control of Osborne. And so it is quickly 2-0 in favor of Todd with a minute and 40 some odd seconds in the first period to go. And this is all on mat number 2, by the way. There are other matches going on the other 4 mats, but these are the quarterfinal matches that are going on right now. Todd looking to grab that left arm of Osborne, has a nice hook on the right leg of Osborne as well, does Todd. Minute and 11 seconds left in the first period, and Todd with an early 2-0 advantage. Todd has got that left leg grapevine with his legs, and there is no going anywhere for Rudy Osborne. Todd has his entire body wrapped around Rudy Osborne, and with 35 seconds left in the first period, it's still 2-0 in favor of Todd. Referee down on the mat looking at the action. It is 25 seconds left. Nothing really happening right now on the mat that I can see with 20 seconds and counting. And now Rudy tries to Rudy with a nice counter to a possible pinfall attempt by Connor Todd, just rolls out. And now Rudy back up to his vertical base, and then Todd just brings him right back down, and now he's looking for a pinfall, and with no time left in the first period, it is 4-0. Rudy Osborne had the option for how he wanted to start the second period. He declines, turns it over to Todd. Todd takes it down, and here we are again. And Rudy really quickly almost had a pinfall attempt there. Dropped his shoulders down on his chest on the shoulders of Connor Todd. And now Osborne has control of Todd, and it's complete reversal of the first period, and now it's 4-2 with 1:35 seconds left. And here comes Osborne. Osborne has control of the head of Todd. Wherever he goes, Todd's going to go. And now gives up a little bit of that control to grab the wrist. Todd tries to shoot and unable to do so. So Osborne then, you can hear the coaches behind me telling Osborne to go for the back control, take the 2 points, and now it's 5-2 instead in favor of Connor Todd. And it looks like Todd is trying to sling around Rudy Osborne, but with the height advantage that Osborne has, it ain't going to happen. And now, there it is. Osborne had a possible opportunity for a pinfall, but Connor Todd was able to slip out behind, and unable to get that pin opportunity was Osborne, so we still sit at 5-2 and with 45 seconds left in the second period. Both men go to the center of the mat, and Todd tries to shoot, and they both have an idea of the same thing. They go by each other, and so we're back up to the central position. Osborne tries to go for a trip, does take the trip, and now Osborne has an opportunity again for a pinfall, but loses it, and now has a chicken wing in the making and gives that up as well with 17 seconds left. 5-4 now in favor of Connor Todd of Green River.
There you go. Big lift. Big lift.
Osborne has the ankle and one of the wrists of Todd, but time is going to expire in the second period.
We're down. No legs.
So now we sit at 5-4 going in the third period with Connor Todd ahead. And now Rudy Osborne takes the down, and then Todd takes the top, and we're off and running in the third. And Osborne is in trouble. Osborne's got a pinfall. Todd has cradled both of it. Has got almost like a roll position on Osborne. Referee is right there. The shoulders are still not down that I can see from where I'm at. And finally, Osborne able to break out of it. But however, 3 points given to Connor Todd for the near fall. That was near disaster for Rudy Osborne.
Like defense here, Rudy.
Todd looking for some kind of something to work with.
Bring it back. Catch over there. Got a minute, Rudy.
There's 1:05 seconds left in the third period. 8-4 in favor of Connor Todd of Green River. And I say that, Rudy Osborne tries to get up to some kind of a vertical base, unable to do so, and Connor Todd drives him back down to the mat. Todd looks over at the time. He's got 48 seconds and counting, and an 8-4 lead in the third period to get to the semis. It looks like Connor Todd is content with I say that, and now he's looking for a pinfall. He's got a little bit just a little bit to get that right shoulder down of Osborne. Referee is right there. And then Todd looks at the referee. Still not convinced. Still not happy. Now we're back up. Now Osborne is down on his back, and finally there's the pinfall in favor of Connor Todd of Green River. That was a back and forth matchup between those two competitors. So we've got some more Fremont County action coming up as Wyatt McDermott, the senior from Thermopolis, will take on Chris Alvarez of Laramie over on mat number 1 in 2 matches. So right now over on mat number 1, it is Devin Weber of Wheatland and Bo Russell of Natrona County. And then the match after that will be Jacob Guild of Star Valley and Rylan Ware of Douglas in the quarterfinals. And then McDermott and Alvarez will take the mat in the consolation round number 3. On mat number 2 in front of me, it is, let me see who we got going on right here. It looks like it is Slater Bates of Central taking on Gabe Emery of Camirror. Over on mat number 3, it is Trayson Avelia of Kelly Walsh and Hunter Davis of Green River. And then behind me on the right is mat number 4's Winston Green from Star Valley taking on Tyler Doral of Cheyenne East. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm looking at this is I'm going to turn, in a few minutes, I'm going to turn around and take a look at mat number 4 because Garrett Marker of Kelly Walsh will take on Isaac Struna of Dubois. And so I've not had the opportunity to call any Dubois matches yesterday, so I'm going to take part in that over on mat number 4. That is going to be in a few minutes. There are still a couple matches to go before that one. So looking at what is going on right now, Green River, let me see, we've got over on mat number 1, it is Guild and Ware. Mat number 2, it is Bates and Emery. Mat number 3, it is Kohler and Kemp. That's Evanston and Pinedale. And then on mat number 4 right now is Green and Doral. And again, the crowd still filing in as we continue on. It looks like I see some JV wrestlers coming in from over on the opposite end of the campus from the middle school. The JV Thon has been going on as well. And so that has been going on for the last couple days as well. So, and from what I was told by Coach Jay Gailey, who's sitting literally right to my right now, the JV squads will finish up before we get to the championship rounds. And then, so what'll happen is they're going to bring everyone from over at the middle school to the main gym over on the high school. And with that being said, it's going to get packed, and it's going to get packed even more. So if you're on your way over here, you might want to get over here because there may not be room. It's a good crowd over in front of me. Bunch of people as far as the eye can see. There's people behind me as well. And what they're going to do in between the after we finish the semis and we start the championship round is they're going to then bring the mats together and then they're going to open up the bleachers behind me that are now pushed back to the wall. So that'll happen around whenever we start the championship rounds. Trying to see who is going at who is wrestling behind me on mat number 4 right now. It looks like it's still Winston. It looks like it's Winston Green and Tyler Doral, so Star Valley and Cheyenne East. So we've got a couple of matches that are going to come up that involve Fremont County guys. Like I said, Wyatt McDermott is going to be on the mat 1 against Chris Alvarez. Let's see here. On mat number 3, Charles Snyder will take part in the quarterfinals as he takes on Colton Gelhuson, and I'm sorry if I'm butchering that name, from Pinedale. So Pinedale is really well represented so far. In the last few minutes, I've seen at least 5 different Pinedale wrestlers on the mat. So the match between Devin Weber and Bo Russell of Natrona County just finished. And I was unable to see who that was that got the win there, but we move on to Jacob Guild of Star Valley as he takes on Rylan Ware of Douglas. And then after that match, it'll be Wyatt McDermott of Thermopolis taking on Alvarez of Laramie. So I'm going to try to call as much as I can, as fast as I can. Then over on mat number 3, as I said, that's going to be Charles Snyder from Lander Valley taking part in the quarterfinals. And then McDermott's going to be Consolation round 3. And then Dubois Isaac Struna is also going to take part in on mat number 4. And he's going to take on Garrett Marker in Consolation round 3 action as well. So whoever gets to wear and win is how we're going to call this. So right now there is a match that just began over on mat number 1. A match that just got started over on mat number 2. And then over on mat number 3, there's 3. It is in the third period with 1:35 seconds left, and it is 5-0 in favor of, that is Pinedale's Ethan Kemp. And then over on mat number 4, it is 25 seconds left in the first period and 0-0 over there. So let's take a second to reset here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the remaining schedules for the Fremont County schools. Starting with Thermopolis, they were going to be, the season is almost over for wrestling, which is crazy to think about. February the 3rd, they're going to be at home against Warland. That'll be their last home duel of the season. That'll be at 6 o'clock. And then February 5th, they'll be on the road at Gray Bull, and then on the road at Buffalo on February 11th. And then they'll be right back to Gray Bull for the regionals on the 18th, and then will be state for the 25th and 26th of February. Riverton is going to be on the road on February the 3rd at Cody. And then February 5th, there is Rumble in Rollins. That time is yet to be announced as far as I understand it. And then the big one that I'm going to try to be a part of is going to be February the 10th at Lander. Sorry, that is going to be February 10th. I believe that's here at Riverton against Lander, and that'll be at 5 p.m. And then they're going to go right across the street. It feels like about a 30-minute drive to go to the regionals at Lander, and then the state will be at Casper on the 25th. Shoshone is going to be on the road at Glen Rock February the 1st at 5 p.m. and then on the road at Lovell at 5 p.m. as well on February the 4th. They're going to be at Gray Bull and then at Saratoga, and then they're going to go to regionals at Gray Bull, and then state will be again at Casper. For the Wind River Cougars, they're going to be on the road at Dubois at 6 p.m. February the 3rd. I will be at that match, barring any craziness. And that'll be Dubois senior night, so that'll be Wind River, Shoshone, and Dubois. And then February the 5th, they're going to be at Gray Bull. The 11th and 12th, they're going to be on the road. And then regionals at Gray Bull, and then state will be at Casper as well. For the Dubois Rams, they will be on as I mentioned, February the 3rd against Shoshone and Wind River. That'll start at 4. They'll be at Grable, and then they will be on the road for the rest of the time with the regionals at Grable as well. I am looking for the Lander Valley schedule. So give me 1 second here to find that. So I was unable to see that. I cannot find it right now. However, I do want to mention that there was a change in the scheduling for Lander, and that was sent to me by the one and only Ernie Over. And so I want to say thank you to Ernie for sending me this. And it was from Coach, it was from Cyril Stauffenberg. And the wrestling duel that it was scheduled for February the 4th, the times have changed. That's against Powell. The JV will take the mat at 4 p.m., and then the varsity will follow at 5. And so make sure that you make that time change whenever you can. February the 4th for Lander Valley, that is now going to be a 5 p.m. varsity start time as the schedule changed. So, back to some action here now that we got that all out of the way. Right now, Wyatt McDermott and Chris Alvarez is on the mat on mat number 1. They are just now getting started with 53 seconds left in the first period. And let's see what else we got going on. On mat number 3, Lander Valley's Charles Snyder is also on the mat. And then behind me, as I was afraid would happen, over on mat number 4, the Dubois match has already ended from what I can see behind me. So we're going to try to jump between the mat number 1 and mat number 3. So over on mat number 3, the second period has just ended. It is 7-0 in favor of Pinedale's. Let me see, that is Pinedale's Colton Gelsuan. Over on mat number 1, Wyatt McDermott and Chris Alvarez are in a tight one at the end of the second period. It is 2-0 in favor of McDermott. McDermott is signaling that he will take the down as we start, and as the second period starts with 1:59, both men jockeying for position. McDermott gets the reversal call, and so it is now 4-0 in favor of Wyatt McDermott. Over on mat number 3, it is still 7-0 in favor of Pinedale's. Over in favor of Pinedale with 1:33 and counting in the second on that one. 1:25 over on mat number 1, and like I said, I'm going to try to go back and forth as much as I can. That probably won't go well, but we're going to give it a shot. Right now over on mat number 1, McDermott has control of Alvarez and has a grapevine leg, almost like a leg wrapped, both legs wrapped around, and looking for a cradle roll now. And they're close to the out-of-bounds position, so it's going to be interesting to see if the referee calls it. He does not. They are not out of bounds as of yet, with 52 seconds left in the second period, and it's 7-0 thanks to a near fall by McDermott. Over on mat number 3, Pinedale and Lander Valley has got a stoppage going on. Looks like for some blood according to the time clock. So no harm there. They're going to go back to the center of the mat and go at it again. There is 22 seconds left in the second period over on mat number 1. McDermott and Alvarez are close to the out-of-bounds position. McDermott trying to find a way to roll up Alvarez and get a pinfall. But again, they're so close out of bounds, you have to be very careful on which way you roll. but it looks like the time's going to expire with 3 seconds, and now both men back up to a standing position and out of bounds with 2 seconds left in the second period. And quickly the start stops, and we are at the end of the second period, and it is 7-0 in favor of McDermott. Over on mat number 3, it is Snyder isn't trying to, almost had a pinfall, almost got pinned, but finally was able to squirm out of that, and so Pinedale is able to get back control, which gives him 2 more points, what makes it now 12-0 with 11 seconds in the second period. And that one looks like it's going to go to the third period as well. And it does. Back over on mat number 1, it is 9-0 now in favor of McDermott over Chris Alvarez. And we're going to be staying on mat number 1 for a few minutes, because after this match with Alvarez and McDermott, it's going to be a quarterfinal match with Trupler and Giovanni Lucci from Kelly Walsh in a quarterfinal match. And then Chase Housley is going to take on Gabe Harris of Lander Valley in a consolation round 3. There is a minute left in the third period, and McDermott has side control partially of Alvarez, looking to get into a pinning situation. Now Alvarez has the arm wrapped around the head of McDermott, and McDermott decides to better of it and gives that up. So now it gets back up, and he's going to try again. Goes in for a single leg takedown. Nice defense there by Alvarez. Alvarez then gives up back control to McDermott, and now with 30 seconds left, it is 11-1 in favor of McDermott. And there is time called for some blood issues on McDermott. McDermott and Alvarez, both seniors. McDermott comes in with an 18-4 record, and Alvarez is 8-11. Over on mat number 3, there is a minute 20 left in the third period over there, and again, it looked like Snyder had almost given up. Well, as soon as I say that, it did happen. I just didn't get to see it. There was a pinfall given up, and so Pinedale takes the win in the quarterfinal match there over Charles Snyder of Lander Valley. Over on mat number 1, there is 17 seconds left, and McDermott has the 11-2 now advantage over Chris Alvarez of Laramie. And McDermott tries to go for a pinfall there, but then Alvarez falls back to his stomach, but it's back control given up by Alvarez. So now it is 13-2 in favor of McDermott, and that ends that match. McDermott takes the 13-2 victory, and we'll move on in the consolation bracket. So we go from one Fremont County to another one. Giovanni Lucci from Kelly Walsh will take on Peyton Tripler of Shoshone in quarterfinal action. And I just want to say Shoshone's singlets are pretty cool looking. It looks like they just spray painted their singlets. They got blue and yellow all in there, and the word Wranglers down the back. So we're off and running in this one, first period. And Lucci and Trupler in the quarterfinals. Both young men trying to size each other up. Lucci tries to shoot in on Trupler, unable to do so. Both men go out of bounds, so we'll very quickly, with a minute 47 left, we were going to go back to the center, and we're off and at it again. Trupler tries to shoot in on Lucci, not able to do so. So back up to the standing base are both men, and both men now sizing each other up. All right, so Trupler then takes a shoot in. Finally, that one works. It takes Lucci down. Lucci goes down. And almost out of bounds is both young men, and finally the referee does call out of bounds. And so we go back to center court, center mat, I guess would be said. And Lucci will take the down, and Trupler will take the mount with a little bit under a minute 10 left, and it is 2-0 in favor of Shoshone's Trupler. Trupler trying to grapevine a leg and bring Lucci down, unable to do so. Lucci is a little bit taller, and so taking the height advantage and makes him work for it. Lucci almost goes off his feet. Trupler finally takes him down, but it's out of bounds. So no points given with 48 seconds left in the first period. 2-0 in favor of Trupler. Lucci tries quickly to get a sit out and roll, unable to do so, and Trupler holds control with 40 seconds left in the first period. Both young men fighting for position. Lucci almost gets up to a vertical base and turns out no points given again, so it's 2-0 and still in favor of Trupler. Trupler very wisely grabs a hold of Lucci's leg and makes sure that he does not get the full point in the full turnout. So they are out of bounds. They go back to center mat, and we're back at it again with a little bit of time remaining in the first period. Lucci and Trupler going at it. Trupler has the back control, and finally the first period comes to an end. Referee flips the coin, gives the option to Trupler. He decides to decline, turns it over to Lucci, and Lucci takes the down, and so Trupler will mount. And in the second period, with 2 minutes on the clock and 2-0 in favor of Trupler, we're off and running. Quickly, Lucci up to his vertical base. Trupler tries to pick him up. Both the young men go out of bounds. Barely any time come off the clock there, so we're back at it again. Trupler again trying to find some way to bring Lucci down. Lucci this time is able to spin out and get the 1 point, so it's now 2-1 in favor of Trupler. Both young men in a neutral position. And again, the height advantage of Lucci coming into play here, as really Trupler not able to get a really good grip on. Now both men tie up tight around the edge of the circle. Trupler tries to shoot, and Lucci with a nice block there, and both men give that up. Both men stand up, and we're back at it in a neutral position. There is 1 minute and 10 seconds left in the second, and it's 2-1 in favor of Peyton Trupler of Shoshone. Both young men, a little bit of head fighting, a little bit of head slapping there, and again lock up with 50 seconds and counting in the second period. Both young men on the edge of the circle, and they go out of bounds and almost run over some fans over there on the edge of the circle with 49 seconds, and it's 2-1 still in favor of Trupler. Lucci with a nice leg dive there, but Trupler with a nice block, and referee calls for a stoppage again as both men go out of bounds again, and so we'll go back to the center of the mat with 40 seconds left in the second period, and we're at it again. Both young men a little bit more cautious this time, looking for something a little more solid, and as Trupler goes for a shoot, grabs the head control, and now nice reversal there by Lucci, gets Trupler on his back with 12 seconds, and now it is 3-2 in favor of Lucci of Kelly Walsh. And now Lucci is going to try to use his size to get a roll up. He does have his the shoulders on the mat, and it is a pinfall. They gave a pinfall. And Trupler looked confused. He thought the period had come to an end. But in any case, it is Giovanni Lucci with the pinfall with in the waning seconds of the second period to go into the semifinals. So now we go back to the Consolation round 3 as Chase Housley of Star Valley will take on Gabe Harris of Lander Valley on mat number 1. And Gabe Harris sporting the man bun today. Both young men shake hands with the officials. Hi, how are you? How you all doing? And we're back at it in the first round with a minute left. Both young men sizing each other up. I've seen Chase Housley and I got to see Gabe Harris both yesterday, so this should be a good one. Harris and Housley both trying to find some position as there are 35 seconds left in the first period. Both young men decide that they don't like what they see, so they give each other up and go back to center mat. We're at it again. Very cautious start, and as soon as I say that, Harris goes for a shoot and a double leg takedown, unable to do so, just knocks Housley out of bounds. So with 22 seconds and counting left in the first period, we are back to center mat. Both young men, again, very cautious in their start of this one with 5 seconds, 4 seconds. Really, there is nothing happening so far at the end of the first other than that attempted double leg takedown by Harris. So second period now, and it is Harris will get the decision. He will go down to the mat to start the position, and Housley will then mount, and we're off and running in the second period. Nice roll through by Gabe Harris. Both young men up to a vertical base. Neutral position given to Harris, and so now he leads 1-0 in the point column. Again, very cautious and very methodical in the first period, in the second period, just like the first period. Harris finally takes Housley down to the mat, gets back control, 2 more points, and that automatically and quickly makes it 3-0 in favor of Gabe Harris. Harris still has side control over Housley, and now switches sides and goes on to a different side. Housley back up to a vertical base, turns in, gives him 1 point, and now it's 3-1, still in favor of Gabe Harris of Lander Valley. Both young men looking for wrist control, trying to find some kind of opening to do something with it. And again, the pace of this one is very methodical, looking for some kind of opening. Harris tries to shoot in on Housley, unable to do so. Housley very wisely drops his hips and does not let anything happen with that shoot, so we're back to a standing position. Both men have one arm locked in with each other. That doesn't work, so now they go standing back neutral position with 22 seconds left and with a 3-1 lead in favor of Gabe Harris. They lock up in the center of the mat with 12 seconds and counting. Harris tries to shoot, and they both circle around. Do-si-do out of bounds with 6 seconds left, and it is still 3-1 in favor of Gabe Harris of Lander Valley. And the second period ends on a attempted shoot of Chase Housley. That does not work, and so we go to the third period, and it's 3-1 in favor of Gabe Harris of Lander Valley. Housley will take the down, and Harris will mount as we begin the third. Gabe Harris has his wrists interlocked under the armpit and under the shoulder of Housley, so it's going to make Housley's life difficult to get back up to a vertical base. And as soon as I say that, Harris quickly gets able to roll over, gives up, however, the pinfall attempt, and takes back control, however, so he gets 2 points out of that. So it is 5-1 in favor of Gabe Harris going into the third period with a minute 25 and counting left. Housley tries to sit out and turn out and does not do so, and then the official calls for a timeout for blood. So looking as we have that timeout right now, over on mat number 2, Jake Hicks of Wheatland is taking on Kale Thompson of Cokeville. Over on mat 3, it is Brady Roberts of Evanston taking on Cade Poe of Cheyenne East. And then over on mat number 4, it is Riley McLean from Burns Pine Bluff taking on Sam Thornhill of Rock Springs. We're back at it now over on mat number 1, and quickly Gabe Harris is looking for a pinfall with a minute 15 in the third period. Harris has a crossface on Housley now, but Housley almost got the pinfall by falling back, and then finally Harris gets control. No control, according to the referee, so it's still 5-1 with 50 seconds left in the third period. Harris does have control, however, and now Housley grabs the leg of Harris, tries to go for a single leg takedown, unable to do so. There's the takedown finally. 2 points given and a reversal. So it is now 5-3 with 35 seconds left in the third period, and Housley is making a comeback. And again, there is some blood on Gabe Harris. But a quick storm back by Chase Housley when it was 5-1 in favor of Gabe Harris, and then that quick reversal and that quick back control given to Housley makes it 5-3 and makes things interesting in these last 35 seconds of the third. And again, this is in the consolation bracket, round 3. Harris goes down to the mat. Housley will mount, and we're off and running with 30 seconds. Still 5-3 in favor of Gabe Harris. Harris tries to fight his way back up. He does, and it's back to a neutral position. So now it's 6-3 in favor of Harris with 20 seconds left, and the Lander Valley head coach is screaming at Harris. Mike Watson is screaming at Gabe Harris to just keep hanging on for these last 10 seconds. 9 seconds, 5 seconds now. Referee is right there in position. 3 seconds, 2 and 1, and that is going to be it. Gabe Harris with the 6-3 decision over Chase Housley. Good match between those two over on that mat. So shifting gears a little bit over on mat number 2. That is, I believe, in the third period with a minute 30 and counting. It is 5-5, and we're close to a pinfall already. That's Jake Hicks of Wheatland and Kale Thompson of Cokeville. And it's Thompson almost with the pinfall on Hicks. And quickly, Thompson gets an 8-5 with the near fall. And he's going for another pinfall. It is 8-5 in favor of Kale Thompson of Cokeville with a minute left in the third period. Jake Hicks was close to being pinned there a couple times, but Thompson was able to, Hicks, was able to make sure that Thompson did not keep his shoulders down for a long enough time. So now it is 10-5 as back control is given to Kale Thompson of Cokeville. They're close to the out-of-bounds circle with 30 seconds and counting in the third period. And now Thompson has Hicks on his back and gets the pinfall with 20 seconds left in the third period. It just looked like Jake Hicks had ran out of gas. So we're going to stay on mat number 2, and I'm going to go on ahead and call Caden Wilcox of Natrona County taking on Elliot Anderson of Burns Pine Bluff. Both men shake each other's hands, shakes the officials' hands, and we're off and running in the first period. This is a quarterfinal match. Wilcox in the Natrona County's singlets with the NC on the front, white, orange, and black. And then Elliot Anderson of Burns Pine Bluff in the all blue and red, not a singlet, it's more of like a shirt and shorts as well. Both young men go at it, and they are tied up as pretzels right now with 1:25. There is a lot going on there. Somebody's trying to find something to do. There's a leg cradle. That's nice. The shoulders are almost down right there. Nice move there by Wilcox, using his legs as a pin, and Elliot Anderson is in all kinds of trouble early. That was near to a pinfall, and that would have been the most unique pinfall I'd ever seen. Anderson and Wilcox now give that up, and Wilcox is now looking to take head control, which he does, and now a cradle move. And we're back at it again, and there's a pinfall quickly. So Caden Wilcox quickly almost had 2 pinfalls, one with his legs alone, and then finally with the cradle roll to get the win over Elliot Anderson early in the first period. So we're going to stay on mat number 2 a little bit longer, and we're going to go with Carter Gines of Powell taking on Ryan Dune of Star Valley. Both young men shake hands with the official, and we're off and running. Gines and Dune. Nice sit out there by Ryan Dune. And Dune has a hammer lock on Gines right now, right in front of me. There is 25 seconds left in the first period, and Dune has given up the hammer lock and now looking for wrist control on Gines. Gines trying to swim out, trying to find some kind of escape. And now Dune goes for the other wrist and has both wrists now with 4 seconds and counting in the first period. And that'll be the end of the first. Dune reverses his decision over to Gines, and Gines wants top control, and so Dune will go down in the center of the mat. And we're off and running in the second period, and Dune quickly scoots out and gets back control, makes it 4-0, and then has both arms. He's got an arm and a wrist, and he's looking for that double underhook pinfall. Quickly. He keeps circling. Finally, Gines goes back on his back. Now he's got nice bridge out by Gines, but all of the weight is now on Gines' shoulders, as Dune has all of his weight on the shoulders of Gines. Gines keeps trying to push out, but ain't able to do so. And finally, the official calls for the pinfall with 1:20 left in the second period. So behind me, it is Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois taking on Dylan Campbell of Cody. And that is in the second period. And it is 7-1 in favor of Tremblay of Dubois. And they have just started the second period of that one. So there's a minute and 53 left. And both young men jockeying for position. And Tremblay has control. Tremblay and Campbell. Tremblay back up to a standing position. Tries to bring Campbell down, does, and the referee says they are out of bounds. And so we are back to center mat and starting position with a minute 35 and counting, and 9-1 in favor of Tremblay. Both young men jockeying for position now, and it's in a really weird position, both of them are. And then, finally, Dylan Campbell comes away with back control with a minute and 10 left, 9-3. Tremblay has got a possible pin combination going on. He's got that shoulder, gives that up, and then has head control now with 50 seconds left, 14-3 in favor of Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois. Tremblay has side position now, trying to look for that side. The shoot, they call it the shoot the half, but it's really a standing side shoot the half. And Campbell gets away and gets back that 1 point, so it's now 14-4, and quickly Tremblay shoots in on Campbell. And Campbell tries to go for a roll pinning combination there, does not have the position he needs or the leg that he needs. You have to have both legs kind of wrapped up to be able to get that, unable to do so. So it's 9 seconds left in the second period, 14-4 in favor of Tremblay of Dubois. And that is the end of the second period, 14-4 as we enter the third. Campbell will have the decision of which way to start. He'll take the top. So Tremblay goes down to the mat on all fours, and then Campbell mounts, and we're off and running in the third period, 14-4, and the clock just now starting to run, so 2 seconds kind of ran off before the clock even started. Campbell riding up on Tremblay, trying to find some way to get back into this match, really with a time frame. Really, it's going to take a pinfall for this one to go in the favor of the Cody Bronx. Nice scoot out. Campbell almost had the opportunity to go for a pinfall there, but Tremblay able to scoot out of that quickly. 14-4 still with a minute 20 left in the third period. And now Tremblay is in a little bit of trouble because Campbell has a hold of the wrist, and it looks like the shoulder both arms under the armpits as well of, well, as soon as I say that, Campbell gives up control and gives up back control to Tremblay, and now it is 16-4 with 50 seconds left in the third period. And if you are Wyatt Tremblay, you are trying to just hang on and not have anything crazy happen in these final 40 seconds. And now back control is given up, and if Campbell wants it, he could shoot the half with his size and his height, and he starts to do so. A point was given on a reversal there by the official, 16-5, and then 2 more points was given. Now the reversal was given, so now it's 16-7 in favor of Wyatt Tremblay with 10 seconds left in the third period. So Tremblay is going to try to hold on with these last 5 seconds, and Campbell is going to try to roll him on his back with 5 seconds left, unable to do so. And so Wyatt Tremblay will get the win for Dubois by a 16-7 decision. So a good win there by Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois. So over on, let me give you a quick overview of what's going on right now on the mats. On mat number 1, it is Green River's Zach Werpert taking on Noah Hone of Kelly Walsh. And then on mat number 2, it is Stetson Davis taking on Seth Scott. They're in the third period right now with 1:47 seconds left and a 5-0 lead for Seth Scott of of Stetson Davis of Powell. On mat number 3, there in the first period, soon actually going into the second period, and that is Chevy Frackrell of Lyman taking on Colson Kuhn of Sheridan. And then over on mat number 4, right behind me, is Court Caitlin of Thunder Basin taking on Jack Reen of Central. So we're going to jump in the third period on mat number 2 between Stetson Davis and Seth Scott. 5-2 in favor of Davis, and this is in the Consolation third round. Both young men jockeying for position right now, both with a nice tight tie-up. And give that up, and both now a little head slapping and tie up again. With 45 seconds and counting in the third period, both young men go out of bounds. And so we will go back to a neutral position with 40 seconds left, and we're off and running again. Both young men jockeying for position again. It is 5-2 again in favor of Stetson Davis, and so with 25 seconds left, Seth Scott is going to have to make a move to get back into this one. He's going to need a near fall or a couple of takedowns quickly. That is not what you need if you're Seth Scott, giving up back control. Turns back in, no points given by the official. 10 seconds left. Both young men go down again. There are 5 seconds left in the third period, and it looks like Stetson Davis of Powell is going to take this one, and he does. 5-2, the decision in favor of Stetson Davis of Powell. The crowd is over, getting into it over on mat number 1 as Jorgensen and Noah Sides of Natrona County are getting into it. There with 3 seconds left, and we're close to a pinfall, is Jorgensen on Noah Sides. However, it comes to an end before that. I was calling match over on mat number 2, and then the crowd really got loud, and I looked over on mat number 1, and that's a good one going on over there. Noah Sides and Aiden Jorgensen in the quarterfinals over on mat number 1 in the 182 weight bracket. Sides is giving up a little bit of control to Jorgensen. Jorgensen does get full control now. And so right now it is 5-5 with 1:40 left in the second period. Jorgensen is trying to get some kind of wrist control, some kind of control of any kind on Noah's side. Side's not able to do so, so Jorgensen decides, all right, we're going to go to the side and try to find something else. Now grabs an ankle. And Jorgensen is not going to go anywhere because Noah Side's leg is all kinds of wrapped up. Jorgensen has a grapevine on Side's leg, and so there's no really where for Sides to go. But then on the flip side, oh, look at this. Nice reversal there by Noah Sides. Sides with the reversal. Sides now has Jorgensen on his back. Referee is right there looking at that left shoulder. The left shoulder is still not down. Now he's starting to kick and scream, and finally Noah Sides with the pinfall. And as soon as Noah Sides got up, there was a ton of emotion on that kid's face. That one had some meaning. That was a hard-fought victory on Noah Sides' part as he goes on to the semis. And the crowd was really into that one. So over on mat number 1, there is another quarterfinal match going on. Right now, there is on mat number 2, there is a Consolation round 3 match. It is Kobe Case of Douglas taking on Josh Smith of Rollins. And after that match, it is going to be Zachary Patterson of Star Valley taking on Carson Lamb of Powell in a quarterfinal match in the 182 bracket. Referee is right there on mat number 2, and again the official right there on Kobe Case and Josh Smith. Smith has still not been counted down. There is 58 seconds left in the second period. Still no official word. There is a nice bridge there by Josh Smith. Kobe Case has got all of his weight down on the shoulder. Still no pinfall. Still no pinfall. 40 seconds left and counting in the second period. Kobe Case, and finally there it is. Kobe Case with the pinfall over Josh Smith on mat number 2, and both young men with a nice match there. And Smith fought off that pinfall for a good 15 seconds. So big ups to him. So now we jump ship to the quarterfinals again. On mat number 2, this is Zachary Patterson of Star Valley taking on Carson Lamb of Powell. Both young men in the 182 bracket. They shake hands with the official, shake hands with each other, and we're off and running. Carson Lamb looks like to have, I want to say that's a dragon on the back of his singlet, but I'm not 100% sure because they are the Panthers. So that could be a Panther, and I'm just way off. Both men jockeying for position in the center of the mat. And quickly, that is Patterson takes Lamb down, and with 1:28 already, there is a pinning predicament. They're both on the edge of the circle, but the referee is right there, and it looks like Lamb is trying to get out of bounds to save it, and the referee's still not there, still not out of bounds. We're still not calling it, and finally there's an out of bounds call. So quickly, Zachary Patterson almost with a pinfall there, but smart on Lamb's part to get out of bounds. However, it is 3 points and then a takedown in favor of Patterson. So it is 5-0 in favor of Patterson with 1:10 left in the first. So now Patterson had top control as we get started again in center mat, and Lamb finally tries to get back up, and then Patterson takes him right back down. Hard cross face there by Zachary Patterson on Lamb. And now he's going to try to roll him again, and again Lamb is back on his back. And this time he's not close to the out of bounds. He's dead center in the center of the mat. He's trying to bridge, unable to do so, and the official calls for the pinfall for Zachary Patterson with 34 seconds left in the first period. Zachary Patterson, a senior, comes in with a record of 31-0 for Star Valley, and so that is that'll be somebody to watch for in the semis. So on mat number 2 now, we go back to the Consolation round 3 bracket, and we got a pair of Jacks. Jack Mortimer from Natrona County will take on Jack Miller of Central. Both men shake each other's hand, shake the official's hand, and we're off and running. Mortimer and Miller tie up in the center of the mat. Both men jockeying for position. Bear hug there given by Mortimer on Miller. And 2 points on a takedown given to Mortimer. And now Mortimer's looking for that cradle roll pinfall. He's just got to keep circling, keep circling. He's got his hands locked the way he wants them. He's just got to roll it. There it is. He's got it. He's just got to really lay back on it. Unable to get it synced in the way he wants it. Now he gives up back control, and now he's on his back. Mortimer is on his back, and they give Miller 2 points on a reversal. So now at the end of the first period, it's 2-0, or 2-2, I'm sorry. The thing with that cradle roll pinfall is if you don't have it locked in right, you are susceptible to what just happened, and that's ending up on your back. And by the way, I look over, and the Natrona County coach and the official have a conversation, and the scorecard is now 5-2 in favor of Jack Miller of Central. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't know where the other 3 points came from unless it was a near fall that they called at the end of the first period, which I can understand. So now it'll be 5-2 in favor of Jack Miller, and we're rolling around on the center of the mat. Mortimer turns back in and now looks for that cradle again, and this time he's got a good hook on it, and now Miller's in trouble. 2 points, reversal, and then a pinfall given to Jack Mortimer of Natrona County. So that was a quick turn of events. Nice roll through and a nice roll up bridge there by Jack Mortimer to get the pinfall over Jack Miller of Central. I was confused there for a second because they called a 2 point reversal that was in favor of Mortimer, and then all of a sudden the match was over. So I guess it was simultaneous, and I guess for the stat book they need to make sure that that reversal was in there. So looking over what is coming up on the mats here as we enter into the still in the quarterfinals and consolation brackets and so on and so forth. Let's see here. The one match that we're going to need to keep an eye on is going to be in the consolation round 3. That's going to be over on mat number 4 behind me. It's going to be Taryn Hawes of Evanston taking on Jarek Sorensen of Thermopolis. And so that is going to take place in a few minutes. Over on mat number 4, there are 2 matches before that. One match is in the first match is in the second period with a minute left right now. There are no other that I am looking at as of right now. There are no other Fremont County guys going to be on the mat in the near future. So we are going to kind of just move from mat to mat here and just kind of keep calling things as we see it. We are nearing, I think, the end of the quarterfinals, at least the quarterfinals. Don't quote me on that. I'm not 100% sure. But the quarterfinals have been going on at the same time as the consolation brackets. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't have the bracket in front of me. I probably should pull that up. So we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here just so I can see where we are and what we're doing. Okay, so some of the quarterfinals have already been done, and so the semis the semis are almost now set up, and so we are pretty much getting close to the semis being done. So the championship round for some of the weight classes are already set, and so we are, if I'm understanding what I'm looking at correctly, and again, you can go on to trackwrestling.com to look at this. It looks like we are nearing the end of the quarterfinal bracket, quarterfinals, and we're going to go into the semis here pretty soon, I would think. They have put up a projector in the gym that is showing who is going to be on what mat and when and in what bracket they're in. So that's kind of nice. I cannot see it from my vantage point, but the fans are able to see it from where they're sitting. And over on mat number 2, as we did yesterday, 2 young men almost go through the barricade. So on mat number 2, this is Zane Collins of Lovell taking on Harrison Hoops of Star Valley. And they are in the first period, and it is a 2-0 lead for Hoops. But Hoops is not worried about points right now, as he's got the cradle roll on Zane Collins and almost had a pinfall there. However, Collins was able to get out of it. They give the 3 points on the near fall to Harrison, and then we go down to the second period with 5-0 in favor of Star Valley's Harrison Hoops. Collins will start on top in the second period. This is a quarterfinal match between these two. And Collins takes Hoops right down to the mat. No points given, 5-0 still with 1:45 left in the second period. Both of these young men are in the 195 bracket or weight class, and they're in the quarterfinals. And quickly, Harrison Hoops with the reversal gets 2 more points, and so it is 7-0 in favor of Harrison Hoops. Harrison looked for, and Collins back up to a vertical base. Hoops trying to bring Collins back down, and does. Has both of his hands firmly locked under the armpit of Collins of Lovell. Hoops is looking for some kind of a underhook, almost like a pinfall position, but they will call for an out of bounds. So good jobs by Zane Collins to fight off that pinning predicament. There is 50 seconds left in the second period. It is 7-0 in favor of Harrison Hoops of Star Valley. Collins gets back up and then is pushed out of bounds. However, they do not say that he was able to get back to a neutral position, so it is still 7-0 in favor of Harrison Hoops of Star Valley. Collins tries to get back up, and then Hoops takes away one of his legs and brings him right down to the mat, and now has a grapevine on the ankle of Collins with 23 seconds left in the second period, and it's 7-0. And there is a stoppage as Collins has got some blood coming out of his nose. And Harrison Hoops is down on the mat. Hoops is holding on to his ankle. However, gets back up to his feet now, looks to be okay. On that pin attempt, his ankle did get twisted up a little bit, so good to see him back up. His head coach is now right up in his ear as they're still working on Zane Collins of Lovell over to my right. Both young men look to be back in okay, and Collins comes back out, and Collins will go down, and Hoops will take the mount, and we're off and running again with 17 seconds in the second period. Hoops is not letting Collins get back up to his feet. As much as Collins tries, he's unable to do so. There are 3 seconds left in the second period, and it is 7-0 as the second period comes to an end. So if you're a football fan, you know the score 7-0 really well. But we are in a wrestling tournament, and so it is 7-0 in favor of Harrison Hoops of Star Valley as we enter the third. Collins will take the neutral position as we start the third period, and we're off and running. Both men tie up fairly quickly, looking for wrist position, looking for any kind of control they can get. Little head play going on. Collins with an attempted shoot, doesn't work, and Harrison will chase after Collins around the circle and then finally take Collins down with a double leg takedown. So it is now 9-0 as he gets the 2 points on the takedown with 1:42 left in the third period. Both men go back to the center position as Collins went out of bounds on the takedown. And Harrison Hoops has got Collins all kinds of tangled up. And we're back to having blood on the mat and arms and everywhere. So they're gonna work on Collins again. And this time there is blood on Harrison Hoops, so now we'll get the blood off of both of them. And there are 3 minutes and 4 seconds left in that timeout. Hoops and Collins during this timeout talking to their coaches, talking to everybody. Hoops is trying to get his arms loosened up, getting massaged there by one of his coaches right in front of me. They're looking at that left arm. And they are still working on Zane Collins over on the blood. They finally got the blood off of him, it looks like. And now they're making sure there's no blood on the mat. Collins quickly goes back to center mat and takes the down position. Hoops is going to mount, and there is 2 minutes and 49. That is not correct. 1:25 seconds left in the third period, and it's 9-0 in favor of Harrison Hoops. Collins quickly gets back up, and Hoops pretty much pushed him out to let him have that 1 point. So now it's 9-1 with a minute left. And now if you're Zane Hoops or Harrison Hoops, you are playing defense for the next minute. And that's exactly what's happening. And now there's blood again. So now the 2 minutes and 40 some odd seconds left in the timeout starts running. It is 9-1 in favor of Harrison Hoops. And it's really funny because when you have a nosebleed, and you're taking the down position and you get mounted, the first thing that your opponent's going to do is drive you in the mat, and that's not going to help the nose situation. So they're now stopping the clock on the timeout. There is, blood on the mat, and they are getting that cleaned up. We are sitting in the third period. This is a quarterfinal match between Harrison Hoops and Zane Collins. Collins comes in with a record of 30-2 for Lovell, and Hoops comes in with a record of 29-0. So now the official is happy, and everybody else is happy. And now with 54 seconds in the third period, we're back at it. Neutral position, center of the mat. And Harrison Hoops is smiling as they lock up. He takes Collins down, 2 points given to Hoops, and the blood comes out again. And now with 32 seconds, it's 11-1 in favor of Harrison Hoops. And now he's trying to look for the pinfall. And Collins is not going to let him have it easily. And again, like I mentioned yesterday, when you have blood in your nose, it is not like I said, when there is blood in the nose during a match, it makes life very difficult. You're unable to breathe. You're unable to do much of anything. And so now we go back to another timeout as there's more blood coming from Zane Collins. It is 14-1 in favor of Harrison Hoops of Star Valley. And I believe there is less than 30 seconds on the actual time in the third period. So they are trying to get that cleaned up again, and he is stuffing his nose with the gauze, and that's going to make it really hard to breathe for the next 30 seconds. The Star Valley coaches are trying to get the blood off of Harrison Hoops, and Hoops is having a laugh. He's having some fun over there. And so we're back at it again. So it's 14-1 with, I don't even know how much, 16 seconds left in the match. And so really, it's 14-1, 10 seconds left, and Collins is able to get a turnaround back to neutral position. So it's 14-2, and Collins tries to shoot. Harrison takes him down. 2 points there on back control, gives him 16-2, and the victory. So after all of that, Harrison Hoops with the victory at 16-2. So over on mat number 3, in a few minutes, we're going to have two back-to-back Fremont County guys. So Tucker Jensen will take on Rosino Garcia of Lovell. That'll be right after the match that is going on right now over on mat number 3. And then Zarek Proser will take on James Love. So it'll be Riverton taking on Lovell. So two Lovell guys will be on the mat number 3. So I'll be calling both of those. Right now, though, over on mat number 3, it is Douglas taking on Sheridan, and that is a consolation round 3 match. They're in the second period right now. It looked like there was a timeout due to some blood over there. So there's 13 seconds actually left in the second period over on mat number 3, and it is still tied 0-0 on that one. Let's see here. Over on mat number 1 right now, it is Garrett Parker of Rollins taking on Dalen Miller
of Green River. That is a quarterfinal match. They are just now getting underway. They're in the first period with 1:10 left. And over on mat number 2, it is Zach Jones of Kelly Walsh taking on Jimmy Dees of Powell. And they are also, they're in the second period with 1:40 and counting and a 2-2 tie in that one. The matches between Jensen and Garcia will be a quarterfinal match for the 220s. And then Zarek Proser and James Love will be a consolation round 3 match. And I just want to say again, the crowd this weekend has been tremendous. I look around and there is literally a crowd all around me. There is people behind me, there's people in front of me. The athletes seem to be getting pumped up and juiced up by it. It's got a good atmosphere, and so big ups to the Riverton administration for pulling this tournament off so far as well as they have. So right now we're waiting on mat number 3 to open up. They're 39 seconds and counting in the third over on that one. And it is, before we jump into the Tucker Jensen Rosindo Garcia match. Over on mat number 3, however, there's been a timeout called for some blood. And so that will stop things and slow things up a little bit. Over on mat number 2, it is Zach Jones and Jimmy Dees. That's Kelly Walsh taking on Powell. It is 4-3 in favor of Kelly Walsh with 1:45 left in the third period, and it's 4-3. Jones looking to get a pinfall. He's got an arm locked in under, and then he's got head control as well. So he's looking for some kind of movement there, but then gives that up. So now he just takes on regular back control. So with 1:16 and counting, it is still 4-3 in favor of Zach Jones and Kelly Walsh. Over on mat number 3, they are just about done. There is 5 seconds left in the match over there, and it is just finished. And a big round of applause from the fans over on mat number 3. So big time congratulations over there. So now we jump back into the quarterfinals as Tucker Jensen of Wind River will take on Rosindo Garcia of Lovell. And these are the 220 guys. And Coach Kyle Hunter giving final instructions to Jensen. And by the way, I think I said this yesterday, if you've not seen Tucker Jensen in person, the kid's tall. And so he is going to take full advantage of that in his wrestling. And as soon as I say that, he does. Grabs a hold, tries to shoot, tries to move Garcia around. Garcia not going anywhere. And now Garcia takes Jensen down to the mat. And as soon as I say that, Jensen with a nice reversal. So now it's 2-2 with 1:40 in the first period. And Jensen's trying to make quick work. He's already got Garcia down on his back. If Jensen can just put all of his weight down on his shoulders, he's got the pinfall, and quickly he does. And so Tucker Jensen quickly with a first round pin to go into the semis in the 220. So now we jump over to the consolation round number 3. Zarek Proser of Riverton will take on James Love of Lovell. And again, this is in the 220 weight class. So James Love in the all blue Lovell uniforms and Zarek Proser in the white with the red trim for Riverton. It looks like they're trying to get a little bit of blood off of the mat before this next match kicks off. Referee gets all that taken care of. So now we've got all the blood taken care of. They meet at the center of the mat over on mat number 3, and we're off and running. Both young men sizing each other up, trying to lock up, and then they do with a minute, no, not a minute, with a 40 seconds left in the first period. Both looking for wrist control. Proser and Love both fighting each other off, trying to get some kind of offensive momentum going in the center of the mat. Neither can do so. Both start twisting and turning. Both start pushing each other off again. We're down to 19 seconds and a nice little circle do-si-do. No offensive given, and we're tied at 0-0, and they lock up again on the edge of the circle. Love has the arm of Proser as they tie up, and now Proser is looking to toss Love down to the mat. However, it is the end of the first period with 0-0 being the score. Love will take the down position as Proser will mount. And we're off and running in the second period with a minute 55 and counting. And Proser quickly takes Lovell, makes him flat out on the mat. Proser looking to shoot the half on the side, unable to do so, doesn't really have good position on it. Lovell is not going anywhere. He is just dead weight as he tries to move around, but Proser sticks with him. Proser now on the edge of the circle with a hard cross face to Love's face. Proser starts moving Love back to the inner side of the circle. That way he doesn't get out of bounds. Love grabs a hold of Proser's leg, and then Proser grabs a hold of Love's ankle. There's a minute and 5 seconds left in the second period, and Proser then takes control on the back. No points given. And so we are now at 0-0, still with under a minute in the second period. Proser now back up to a single. And Love tries to get a single and then a reversal as Love gets back on the back of Proser. So now it's 2-0 in the favor of James Love. And now Love looking to try to get Proser on his back. He does. Proser's all the way on his back, and it is over. James Love with a quick decision there. As soon as he got him on the back, the referee had waited no time whatsoever, and it is James Love with the victory. And over on mat number 3, the Riverton side of things, that we're just going to keep going with them. That's Chris Topam taking on Gavin Ameller over on mat number 3 in a quarterfinal match in the 285s. And we're off and running in that one. Topam quickly goes for a single double leg shoot there and quickly gets back control and a quick 2 points for Topam. Topam keeps running with. Nice quick move there by Ameller. And both young men go out of bounds with 1:37 left in the first period, and it was a quick 2-0 score in favor of Chris Topam. Topam and Ameller end up in the mat across the way over on mat number 2 as Topam just takes his man all the way into the second mat. There is 1:17 left in the first period over on mat number 3. Topam trying to find some kind of position on Ameller and not able to do so. Finally drives Ameller back down to the mat. He's trying to circle is Topam. Topam had the opportunity for the pinfall, gave up the arm though in the circle. So there's now 45 seconds left and it's still 2-0. And again, Topam takes Ameller down, and this time he's trying to put all his weight on the shoulders. And Topam goes back on his back as Ameller just muscles his way over. Both of the shoulders are down for Topam. The referee is right there, and there it is as Topam gets pinned. Topam had the opportunity right there to get the pin, but his own momentum took advantage, and Ameller was able to use his own momentum and get the pinfall. So now over on, over on mat number 1, we are in the middle of the Consolation round 3. That is David Matmo taking on Aiden Mitchell. That's Central taking on Thunder Basin. But we're about to get into the final quarterfinal matches before we jump into the semis. However, before we get to the semis, according to the mat schedule, we are going to get to see the girls take place, and they are going to, I believe if I'm reading this correctly, this is going to be the placement matches for the ladies. So over on mat number 1, it's going to be, before we get to the ladies, it's going to be Cody Cunningham for Lander Valley taking on Kyle Loger of Douglas. And then after that, it'll be Maya Swain of Pinedale taking on Danny Duarte of Shoshone. And then over on mat number 4, it is going to be, and I'm trying to see what we got going on behind me. Okay, so it's going to be after this match, it's going to be Olivia Smith of Kelly Walsh taking on Jade Lareal of Dubois. And so that'll be on mat number 4. But before that, we're going to jump over to mat number 1 as the big boys at 285 are going to come to the mat at Cody Cunningham of Lander Valley and Kyle Loger of Douglas. And they just get started. And I did not get to see Cunningham wrestle yesterday or on Friday in the match against Wind River. He did not have to wrestle on Friday, and I did not get the opportunity to see him wrestle yesterday. So this kid has got a lot of pizzazz. He is a lot of fun to talk to, as I got to talk to him on Friday night. And quickly, Cunningham has Loger down on the mat, tries to get a pinfall, unable to do so, as Loger is able to get back on his stomach, and it is 4 to nothing in favor of Cody Cunningham. Referee calls out of bounds, and both young men will go back to the center of the mat, and we will start again. There is 1:06 left in the first, and both young men are back in center mat and off and running again. Quickly, Logger is back up to a vertical base, and he is out of bounds. And so we go back to the center mat. Only a few seconds run off, so 58 seconds left in the first period. And again, we go back to center mat with Logger down and Cunningham on top. Logger goes face down onto the mat, trying to find some defense against Cunningham. Cunningham is looking for that opposite wrist of Logger to be able to pull it and roll him onto his back, unable to do so. Logger tries to sit out, unable to do so. He tries to swim and then gives up almost his side and almost his back, but then able to keep himself from going on his back is Logger. And so it is still 4 to nothing with 25 seconds and counting left in the first period. Cunningham has a hammer lock on Logger and looking to do something with that, unable to do so. And referee calls for a time and a break, and we are back to the center of the mat again. Logger tries to get out on the restart, unable to do so, and Cunningham has full control right now as the first quarter comes to an end. It is 4 to nothing in favor of Cade Cunningham of Lander Valley as we enter the second. Cunningham had the opportunity to decide on what position he wanted to start the second period. Declined, turned it over to Logger, and so Logger says he wants the down, and so we were going to do. That's exactly what we're going to do. So Logger goes down, and we're off and running as Cunningham mounts. Logger tries to fight out, sit out, unable to do so. Cunningham right with him. Cunningham is not letting Logger get away from his grip. Cunningham trying to bury the head and roll the shoulders of Logger over on mat number 1 with 1:35 and counting in the second period. Cunningham now looking for the roll, and he's got all of his weight. He just got to turn it, and he couldn't complete it. And so now Kyle Logger has Cunningham on his back, and Cunningham gets pinned. Kyle Logger was Cody Cunningham, tried to get that roll pin. And the only thing that happened was he just couldn't complete the pin. And when he couldn't complete the pin, Kyle Logger was able to get enough weight and enough momentum to get the pinfall. And so Kyle Logger of Douglas will move on to the quarterfinals. So now we will transition over to the ladies' side of things as Maya Swain of Pinedale will take on Danny Duarte of Shoshone in the round 1 girls match. And quickly they tie up, looking for some kind of control, both of them. Duarte has a little bit of a size advantage on Swain, and they have each other's wrists and locked up, so there's not much going on. Duarte tries to shoot, unable to do so. Swain able to get side control, and however not able to do anything with it as Duarte has Swain's ankle. And as soon as Swain tries to get up, Duarte is able to get back control as she knocks her down with a single leg pickup. So it is 2-0 in favor of Danny Duarte with a minute and 15 left in the first period. Duarte has control of the opposite wrist, looking again for that roll pinfall position. Now has the side, doesn't have full side, is what she's wanting. And Swain is doing really good on defense, keeping her legs straight out. And as soon as I say that, she puts it back in. And now Duarte switches sides and tries to roll on the opposite side. There is 43 seconds left in the first period as both ladies get up back to a vertical base. And there is still a grip, though, so there's no points given. And Duarte is not giving up the control. So then a point was given to Maya Swain for some kind of a, I believe from what I was able to pick up from that, it was she held on to Danny Duarte to the grip too long, and so they gave the point, basically it's like a technical point, to Maya Swain. And quickly, Danny Duarte takes Swain back off of her feet as they get up to the vertical base. And Danny now has control, but gives up control, and now Swain has control on the side and now fully on the back, and now takes a 3-2 lead as the first period comes to an end. So a good one starting off here on the girls' side of things, as it is 3-2 in favor of Maya Swain of Pinedale. Swain will take the down position and Duarte will take the top as we start the second period. And referee had her hands locked, had his hands locked, and again they give a point to Maya Swain for the technical point of grasping the fingers and all of that happens there. So we start again, middle of the mat, and again Danny Duarte has no problems taking Maya Swain down to the mat. It is 4-2 with a minute 35 left in the second period on the mat number 1. And now Duarte is taking a move, trying to get Swain on her back. She does have her on her back. Referee is right there. She keeps driving, trying to get down and trying to get that left shoulder down of Swain. And finally, Danny Duarte gets the pinfall victory in the second period with a minute and 10 seconds left. So over on mat number 2, we're going to join this one in progress. This is Ryan Nutt of Pinedale taking on Colton Laird of Lander Valley. And they are just now ending the first period, and it is 2-0 in favor of Ryan Nutt of Pinedale. Laird will take the down position, and Nutt will take the top. Laird with it tries to quickly sit out and spin out, unable to do so as the second period begins. Still trying to fight his way back up, trying to break the grip of Ryan Nutt. Nutt has got the arm and wrist of Laird, gives that up and takes the head, and now looks to go to the side and tries to get into a pinning predicament. Laird is trying to fight this off with everything he's got. Up to his knee, that'll relieve some of the pressure, and quickly gets back out And so back to neutral position. Now it's 2-1 in favor of Ryan Nutt. Both men in the center of the mat staring each other down as they lock up again. Laird tries to take a shoot. Another shoot and blocked there by Nutt twice. Nutt on his left leg has probably one of the coolest knee pads I've ever seen in a wrestling match. It's got, looks like almost like an intergalactic knee pad. It's really cool over on his left leg. Both men tie up again with 50 seconds and counting left. And again, Laird tries to shoot, has got a single leg. He takes Ryan Nutt down and takes back control and then takes the lead at 3-2 with 35 seconds and counting left in the second quarter. Laird trying to fight, trying to keep Nutt down. Nutt gets back up, and so we're tied at 3-3 with 20 seconds left in the second as both men stare off in the center of the mat again. Laird takes Nutt down by the head, and with 5 seconds left, tries to find something to work with, unable to do so as the second period ends. So this is a big time fight right here as it's 3-3 as we enter the third period. Ryan Nutt of Pinedale coming in with 24-8 as his record. Colton Laird 14-8 as we enter the third period. Laird is on top of Ryan Nutt, and Nutt tries to sit out, unable to do so, and so Laird has the control with 1:43 and counting left in the third period. Nutt is able to get a reversal and get back control, and so it'll be I thought I saw the official call for a reversal. It didn't. Thank you. So it is now 5-3 in favor of Ryan Nutt. Nutt is looking for. He's got Laird all tied up. Laird cannot go anywhere.
Hey, elbow in the back.
Right now it is 5-3 in favor of Ryan Nutt, and with Laird not able to go anywhere. So now it is 5-3 in favor of Ryan Nutt. Laird is going to go down in the central position, and Ryan Nutt will take the top. And Laird tries to jump out, unable to do so. So Ryan Nutt now takes the back control, and again with 36 seconds, it is 5-3 in favor of Ryan Nutt. So if Ryan can hold on for these next 25 seconds, he will get the victory.
20 seconds.
He has got the wrist and everything. However, there is a time called by the official with 15 seconds left and 5-3 in favor of Ryan Nutt.
5-3.
This is a good match here between these two young men. And that was almost. Laird trying to get back up. Laird almost trying to get back up. Finally does. It's 5-4 with 5 seconds left. Looking for back control. Unable to do so. And it is 5-4 in favor of Ryan Nutt in a nail biter in the third period. A good match between those two. So right now we are now looking at all the matches that are going to be coming up on the mat are in the Consolation bracket. So so if I read that correctly, that tells me that the quarterfinals are done. So therefore, they will finish the consolation rounds. And then from what I'm understanding, there's going to be a breakdown of a couple mats. They're going to recenter everything. And I'm going to have to move behind me. So at some point here, we're going to be tearing down everything. And so we will see how that plays out later on. So right now they are in the consolation brackets. So right now over on mat number 1, it is, let me see who we got over there. That is Caden Polson of Laramie taking on Josiah Stockwell of Saratoga. Mat number 2 in front of me is Axel Macnon of Green River and Christian Meza of Sheridan. And over on mat number 3, that is Walker Wilson of Evanston taking on Ty Peterson of Cody. And behind me on mat number 4, it is Isaac Roble of Cheyenne East taking on Bridger Smith of Star Valley. So I'm going to take a little bit of a break here before we reset up everything and get everything. And so I'm going to take a little bit of a break. And so we'll be right back as soon as we restart here. And we'll be right back. And welcome back to the second day of the 2022 Thon Memorial Tournament. We are on the campus of Riverton High School in Riverton, Wyoming. And it is a pleasure to have you all with me here today. So just to catch you up on what's going on, number one, we are still in the consolation rounds. So those are still going on as of right now. I can tell you that the ladies have finished their tournament, and the match that I called with Danny Duarte from Shoshone was the 4th place match. And so congratulations to her for getting 4th place in the 126 weight class. There are 2 young men who are still in the championship brackets going into the final matches of the day. One is from Wind River in Jensen. He is in the 220 bracket, and he will be facing someone from Pinedale, I believe, if I remember the brackets correctly. And then also Tremblay from Dubois, I believe, is still also in the championship rounds. And so we'll see both of them later on in the day as we wrap up the final few matches in the championship bracket later on. On the mats coming up right now, Isaac Struna of Dubois will be taking on Rose from Thunder Basin. That'll be on mat number 1. And then Kelton Crow will take on Charles Snyder from Lander Valley on mat number 2. Both of those will happen probably simultaneously, so that'll make life interesting. And then on mat number 3, Jacob Guild will take on Wyatt McDermott. And McDermott, of course, is from Thermopolis. So that'll be that coming up. In completely unrelated wrestling news, as we are waiting right now for the matches to continue, a little bit of NFL news. Tom Brady has announced that he's going to retire after 22 seasons. So that has just become official. And I never thought I'd live to see the day that would happen. And so that is that. So in the last span of a few days, Ben Roethlisberger and Tom Brady both announcing their retirements from the NFL. So the landscape of the NFL just completely changed. But again, that was completely unrelated to what we were doing here. So right now on mat number 2, we are in a 5-5 tie in the 3rd period. And this is between Trayson Avelia of Kelly Walsh and Alex Draper of Thunder Basin. There is a conversation going on between the officials and the score table, and the score has just changed. It is now 6-4 in favor of Draper. Okay, so now it's 6-5 in favor of Draper in the 3rd, going into the 3rd period. So there's a little bit of an issue with the scores table, but we got that taken care of, no big deal. So now Draper will go down and cover Avelia, and we're off and running in the 3rd period with 1:50 left. Draper has Avilia's leg, and so really nothing that Avelia can do. Avelia up high on the shoulders, as you can hear behind me. Still nothing able to do, and Draper is trying to fight his way out. Tries to spin his way out, unable to do so. It is 6-5 still with 1:15 and counting in the 3rd period on mat number 2 in the Consolation 4th round. Both of these young men are in the 132 weight class, and they come back to neutral, and we're back to standing position, and now it is 7-5 in favor of Thunder Basin's Avelia. Avelia tries to pick up Draper on a single leg, but Draper is not having any of it. Draper still trying to fight off the single leg with a minute under 35 seconds left in the third period, and it's 7-5. Draper goes straight down and takes Kelton and takes Avelia with him by the head. And we are back. Referee calls for a stoppage with 19 seconds left. It's 7-5, and we're back to the center position. Both of these young men. Nice try to shoot there by Avelia, but it's blocked by Draper. Draper now looking at the clock, keeping an eye on the clock, making sure that nothing happens. Referee sees that and goes back to the center position again. 4 seconds left. 3 seconds, 2. Draper again blocks the shoot by Avelia, and that will do that. It is a 7-5 decision in favor of Avelia. Over on mat number 1, that is the end of that the third period over there, and a 5-4 decision in favor of Ethan Kemp of Pinedale. So now we will see Isaac Struna of Dubois taking on Jace Rose of Thunder Basin. Shake hands with each other, and we're off and running. This is a consolation 4th round match between Rose and Struna. Both young men looking for some kind of something to work with as it relates to an offensive position. Struna keeps going down to one knee, almost tempting some kind of a shoot there, but nothing happening so far. Now they tie up quickly, and things get really hectic really quick. Rose with a single leg takedown, but referee says no points there, and they're out of bounds, so still no points. So we're back to the center position, still tied 0-0 with under 20 seconds in the first period. Again, Struna back down to all fours, and again back up to all fours. They tie up in the center of the mat with 2 seconds, 1, and that is the end of the first period, and no points again, and they're still all kinds of tied up. No points given at the end of the first. It is Rose won the coin toss, defers over to Struna. Struna says he wants down, and so we'll go down. And quickly, Struna tries to shoot out, but Rose with a nice block, making sure nothing happens.
Keep coming. Come on, Dylan, fight.
Rose has a death grip on the right leg of Struna on the mat. There is a minute and 30 seconds left in the second period, and both men on the mat in the center. Nothing happening. Rose now has the wrist of Struna, and Struna makes sure that nothing happens with that, puts both of his hands under his chest, and now Struna is in trouble on his side. Rose working with the side mount, now tries to grab an ankle of Struna, unable to do so, so he stays on the back. Still nothing with 56 seconds and counting in the second period. Rose is now high up on the shoulders of Struna, and now he's trying to get Struna on his back. Struna fighting, and referee calls for a break on a possible dangerous move there with the way the neck was turning of Struna. 40 seconds left in the second period, and quickly Struna tries to get out, and Rose grabs a hold of the ankle before he gets the opportunity. So they're both standing up, and then Struna goes back down, and now Struna is possibly going to go back on his shoulders again. He's got one shoulder completely down on the mat, however, unable to finish the pinfall attempt is Rose, and gets back control, and now it is 3-0 in favor of Rose of Thunder Basin. Struna up on all fours again. Rose trying to find some kind of wiggle room to get something going on the offensive side of things with 1 second, and that is the end of the second period, with the score showing 3-0 in favor of Rose of Thunder Basin. Struna is going to take the top this time as we enter the third period, and quickly Rose is out of that and stands back up. And there is a point given back to a neutral position, and so it is 4-0 in favor of Rose. Both men slung out of bounds, and so they'll go back to the center position with 1:50 left in this one. Struna trying to find a double leg takedown, but Rose keeps blocking it. Both men jockeying for position, circling around each other near the center of the mat still, and now working their way towards the edge. There is 1:18 left in the third period as Struna finally gets the shoot and has a leg, doesn't have a good grip on it, trying to take Rose down, unable to do so. And Rose just falls down dead weight on top of Struna and now has back control and gives 2 more points, making it 6-0 in favor of Rose. There is 45 seconds left in the third period, and Struna needs to make something happen quickly. Rose has control of the wrist of Struna, and both young men are near the edge of the circle, about to be possibly out of bounds. There is 20 seconds left in the third quarter, and it has been all Rose of Thunder Basin in this one. There is 10 seconds left, 9 and counting, and finally the official says you're too far out of bounds, so we're going to go to the center with 6 seconds left in this one. Struna goes down. Rose takes the mount with 5 seconds and counting, and that will do that. So Rose of Thunder Basin defeats Isaac Struna of Dubois in the Consolation fourth round. And over on mat number 2, it is the match that I was telling you about between Kelton Crow and Charles Snyder. It is 2-0 with 23 seconds left in the first period in favor of Snyder. Snyder is got top mount and back position on Crow with 6 seconds and 5 counting. Crow trying to get his way back up, trying to get some kind of points, but time runs out before anything could happen with that. So, going into the second period, it is 2-0 in favor of Snyder, and both are going to be in a neutral position as we start the second period. Snyder quickly going after Crow. Crow grabs an ankle, and both men joshing for position. Crow seems to have most of Snyder's arm, but as soon as Crow tries to take a double leg, Snyder reverses, and then Crow goes out of bounds, so it stays at 2-0 with 1:30 seconds in the second period. Both men tied up tight in the center of the mat as we resume wrestling. And Snyder goes down, and Crow gets back control on Snyder quickly. And Crow is looking for a pinfall situation, but Snyder has a good grip of Snyder's leg, or Crow's leg, and gives that up. So with a minute left, it's 2-2 and a tie. They are near the edge of the circle, nearest to me, and Crow is trying to get something going on a pinfall. Snyder is not giving that up. Charles Snyder now comes back up, turns back into it. There's the 1 point, so now it is 3-2 in favor of Charles Snyder with under 35 seconds in the second period. That was a half-hearted attempt of a shoot there by Crow, but it works as he gets the takedown on Snyder. Makes it 4-3 with 15 seconds and counting in the second period. And the problem is now Snyder has to roll over to his stomach because he's close to getting pinned with 8 seconds and counting. Crow really trying to work in with the 1 second. He ain't going to have enough time for it. So Snyder dodges a bullet there late in the second period on a few more seconds, and Crow could have possibly gotten a pinfall on there. So it's 4-3 in the third period in favor of Kelton Crow of Sheridan. And a reversal there as we start the third period by Snyder, so that gives Snyder the 5-4 lead with 1:45 and counting in the third. And now Snyder is looking for side position and looking to roll. Snyder doesn't like that side, so he gives it up, goes back to the other side, and tosses Crow a little bit, trying again to find that side position to shoot the half for the pinfall attempt. Crow's not going to let him do it as he gets back up to his feet. Again, 5-4 with 1:19. And Crow has a single leg, or Snyder has the single leg on Crow. Crow is back in, but no official point, so still 5-4 in favor of Snyder. And Snyder takes Crow back down to the mat. There is 1:04 left in the third period. It is 5-4. And both men go out of bounds, and so we are going to reset in the middle. Behind me on mat number 4, there is a Shoshone. That is Gabe Harris and Peyton Trumpler going on mat number 4. They're in the second round. It's still tied 0-0. But let's stick with this third period, still with 50 seconds, 5-4 in favor of Charles Snyder of Lander Valley. Snyder almost had Crow on his back there, temporarily unable to get any position for a pinfall, so he's going to try it again with 25 seconds and counting and a 5-4 lead. Referee calls for a break, and the coach, Mike Watson, is not happy with the official right now. However, reset, and here we are again with 20 seconds, 5-4 still in favor of Snyder. Snyder still looking for that roll pinfall. He's got a hammer lock on the left arm of Crow, so Crow's not going anywhere unless he wants to lose an arm. Snyder loses that control, but it's not going to be enough, as in 1 second it is over, And so Charles Snyder with the 5-4 decision on mat number 2. Now let's jump quickly over to mat number 4. It is 35 seconds and counting in the second period between Gabe Harris and Peyton Trumpler of, it is Lander Valley taking on Shoshone. Trumpler is on top of Harris, but Harris throws Trumpler off. 16 seconds left. It's 3-1 now in favor of Trumpler. Both men circling around just outside center mat with 5 seconds left in the second period. Trumpler tries to shoot in at the very end of the period, but it is blocked by Harris. So going into the third period, it is 3-1 in favor of Shoshone's Trumpler. Going into the third period, quickly, Trumpler is able to get out of the down position, sits out and spins out, gains a point. So now it is 4-1 in favor of Peyton Trumpler of Shoshone. Gabe Harris is looking for some kind of something to work with and is unable to do so, and both men go out of bounds. And so with 1:35 in the third period, they're going to go back to the center. There is something going on with Gabe Harris's gear over on mat number 4. They are retaping or working on whatever that is that he has on his shoulder, and they're retaping him up, Velcroing him up, making sure it's nice and tight. And so referee seems happy with whatever was done. And so we are going to go back at it with 1:35 in the third period. And Gabe Harris has got some work to do with a 4-1 deficit. Both men size each other up in the center of the ring, both going a little do-si-do as they circle around outside. They tie up with 1:20 and counting left in the third period. Trumpler tries to shoot, and nice block by Gabe Harris, and Harris and Trumpler go out of bounds, and so we go back to the center of the mat with 1:15 and counting in the third period. Harris with a nice single leg takedown, and Trumpler able to counter that and get back control, and so it is 6-1 now in favor of Trumpler. Trumpler with a hammerlock on Harris with 56 count and counting in the third period. Trumpler gives up the hammerlock and now tries to get wrist control as Harris is down on the mat with 40 seconds and counting and a 6-1 lead. Referee calls for a break and a warning on Trumpler. It is 6-1 with 35 seconds left in favor of Trumpler. Harris trying to make something happen, trying to sit out and roll out, unable to do so. 25 seconds left and counting. And now Trumpler has got Harris on his back with 19 seconds and counting. And the referee calls for the pinfall, and Trumpler, Peyton Trumpler of Shoshone, defeats Gabe Harris of Lander Valley with just under 30 seconds left in the third period. Good hard-fought match between those two. So we are still in the consolation brackets here. and they're in consolation round 4. So the way this I think is going to go is we're going to have a longer day than what we originally expected. And again, if you are just joining us, what is going to happen is after the consolation rounds are done, then they are going to rearrange the gym. And so what's going to happen is I'm going to drop off the stream, break down, and then we're going to move back a little bit as they pull the bleachers out, then to do the championship brackets. And again, there are 2 young men still from Fremont County in the championship brackets, one of them being Jensen from Wind River and then Tremblay from Dubois. So as of right now, there are no Fremont County guys on the mat. The ladies have finished their matches, and all the results, as I said before, are on the website, which is trackwrestling.com. That's where you can look at all the results and the brackets and everything going on. Going on over there. There is a wrestler down over on the far corner on mat number 1. And he is dizzy and he is wobbly. He looked like just a little bit of dehydration there, so I think he's going to be okay. Trainers are attending to him. That looks like it was Elliot Anderson of Burns Pines Bluff, who was a little bit dinged up. And so he's now being attended to by the trainers, and he looks like he's going to be okay. So as we look at the brackets right now, in the 106 weight class, the final 4 are as followed. It is Tanner Johnson of Douglas, and he is going to take on Caden Orr. And then it is it is Adrian Trujillo of Rollins, and he is going to take on Kazan Seiler of Lyman, and that'll be the final 4 of the 106. Moving on to the 113, it is Colt Walsh, who is going to be taking on Porter Trabing. And then from Cody, it is going to be Trey Smith taking on Tate Trauble from Natrona. So there's going to be, so that is the 113 bracket. Moving on to the 120s. It is Roni Profit taking on Darren Provost. And then it is Colton Powers of Sheridan taking on Brock Fletcher. And then in the 126 bracket, it is Sefton Douglas of Lyman, and he is going to take on Jackson Moore of Evanston. and Vickery, who we saw. Connor Vickery will be taking on Thunder Basin's Antonio Avila in the 126 bracket. And again, these are all in the championship brackets. So in the 132s, it's going to be Thomas Dalton of Green River taking on Luke Ewing of Douglas. And then Jake Hammer of Pinedale will be taking on Blaine Coleman of Rollins. Cody Phelps of Pinedale will take on another Ewing from Douglas. That is Kelton Ewing of Douglas, and that'll be in the 138 bracket. And then Connor Todd of Green River will take on Devin Weber of Wheatland. And then in the 145 bracket, it is Rylan Ware of Douglas, and he will take on Natrona County's Billy Brenton. And then Riggin Walker will take on Pinedale's Colton Gelhuson. In the 152 brackets, it is Dan Steele of Sheridan, and he will take on Kale Thompson. And then Cade Poe of Cheyenne East will take on Giovanni Lucci. In the 160 bracket, it's Caden Wilcox of Natrona County taking on Buffalo's Hazen Camino. And then from Lyman, it is going to be Morgan Hatch taking on Sheridan's Taryn Grooms. In the 170 bracket, it is, like I mentioned, Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois, and he will be taking on Jack Ring of Cheyenne Central. And then Noah Hone will be taking on Colson Kuhn of Sheridan. In the 182 brackets, Zachary Patterson will take on Natrona County's Noah Sides. And then Grayson I don't know how to pronounce that last name, from Cody, will take on Landon Walker of, I'm not sure what school that is either, I'm sorry. Moving on to the 195 bracket. It is Keegan Bartlett of Cheyenne Central taking on Natrona County's Brendan Nelson. And then from Cody, it is going to be Jace Grant taking on Harrison Hoops. And then in the 220s, it is going to be Wind River's Tucker Jensen taking on Garrett Parker of Rollins. And then Carson Timms will take on Riggin Hoggett of Evanston. And then finally in the 285 bracket, it is, let's see how this is breakdown. So this is interesting. So it's gonna be Lane Caitlin of Thunder Basin taking on Kyle Loger of Douglas. And then Gavin Ameller will take on Will Baker in the championship brackets. So, again, right now we are in the Consolation Round 4 brackets. And so far, there is nothing going on as it relates to anyone from the Fremont County area. However, in a few minutes, Jarek Sorensen from Thermopolis will take on Coulter Hawes over on mat number 3 in the 4th round of the Consolation bracket. That is going to happen right after the match that is on right now, and that is Trevor Eldridge of Cheyenne East taking on Lucas Drigau from Sheridan. So we still got a pretty good ways to go tonight as we enter in to the afternoon hours. It is it is 1:15 right now, and we still, like I said, got a long way to go. So if you're out and about, come on by, come on out and check out the championship rounds. So right now we are on mat number 3. We're waiting on the Jarek Sorensen and Coulter Hawes matchup. And right now over on mat number 3, there was a pinfall. And so that match is about to just kick off right now as it is. So Sorensen and Hawes will make their way to the mat over on mat number 3. And Sorensen has a height advantage on Hawes, not by a lot, but just enough. And we're off and running in that first round match, or in the Consolation round 4 in period number 1. Both young men jockeying for position in the center of the mat. Sorensen is in all purple with yellow around the legs and around the arms. And Hawes is in the shorts and t-shirt for Burns Pine Bluff. Both young men out of bounds with 15 seconds left in the first period, and 2-0 in favor of Hawes of Burns Pine Bluff. Sorensen tries to jump out quickly, unable to do so with 10 seconds left. Again tries to sit out, tries to reverse, does reverse, gets 1 point on the reversal. So now it is 2-1 in favor of Hawes as the first period comes to an end. So I'm looking for the scorekeeper to change the score. The official did call a reversal and a neutrality, so it's 2-1 in favor of Hawes as we begin the second period. And the official must have heard me because the score just changed. Both men jockeying again for position, trying to find some kind of wrist control, trying to shake heads around, trying to do something to find an opening to work with. They both stand in the center of the mat. Both of these young men are in the 195 weight class. Nice attempted shoot there by Hawes, and a nice and better defense by Sorensen, who now has head control. And Hawes is trying to shake Sorensen off. Does, almost throws him into the barricade, but then back to the center of the mat they go with a minute left and 2-1. It is 2-1 in favor of Hawes with a minute exactly left in the second period. Both young men tied up in the center of the mat. They both break away a little bit and now grab each other's wrists with 50 seconds and counting in the second period. Hawes with a single leg takedown and on Sorensen makes it 4-1 with 35 seconds and counting left in the second period over on mat number 3. Both young men go out of bounds after the takedown, and so they will go back to the center of the mat where Sorensen will take the down, Hawes will take the top, and we're off and running with 35 seconds and counting. Hawes burying the face of Sorensen down into the mat. And now Sorensen on his back with 23 seconds. Hawes is in no rush right now to get this pinfall with 10 seconds left. Putting all of his weight on the shoulders with 9, 8. Sorensen able to get back onto his knees and then gets control on the reversal. So now it is 7-3 in favor of Hawes going into the third period. So Sorensen got the reversal for the 2 points, and then Hawes got the neutrality, I guess would be what they called there, to make it 7-3. So at the beginning of the third period, both men stand up in a neutral position and they're off and running. And Hawes just with one arm slung Sorensen down to the mat. And now Hawes is looking for a pinfall on Sorensen. Sorensen keeps circling, and now Hawes has his head on the back of Sorensen, trying to find positioning. And Hawes is standing over Sorensen. Sorensen pushing him off. And they're both standing up, and now it is 9-4 in favor of Hawes with a minute 15 and counting in the third. Sorensen tries to shoot the single left leg, unable to do so with a nice block by Hawes. Drop down, hips to the mat, and nothing working. And now Hawes again has back control and 2 more points for him, and 11-4 with a minute exactly in the third period. Both men starting to make their way towards the edge of the circle. Referee's letting them go at it, though. Hawes has a really good position there, unable to do anything, and then gets back control. So Hawes is doing really well, just getting the points where Sorensen's giving it to him. It's 11-5 now with 28 seconds and counting, and the lights on the far end of the gym just went out under the awning over there. So now the atmosphere really got fun over there. There is 10 seconds left in the third period, and Sorensen back up to his feet. It's 11-6 now with 4 seconds, 3, 2, and 1, and again, down goes both men, and that is going to do it with Colter Hawes taking the win 11-6 over Jarek Sorensen. So coming up on mat number 3 in the Consolation round number 2 for the 285 weight class is going to be Jack Worthington of Douglas taking on Cody Cunningham. That's going to be coming up in a few minutes. And then over on mat number 4, which is right behind me, Chris Topam is going to take on Adam Flores in another Consolation round number 2. So as it relates to the brackets, after the round number so as it relates to the consolation brackets, right? This is going to be basically the quarterfinals for the consolation bracket. So we've still got a little bit of a ways to go to get through the consolation brackets. In round number 4, for most of the guys that we have seen on the consolation side of things, that should be nearing the end of that. However, on the 285 bracket, they're going to have the round number 3 or round number 2, and then they're going to go into round number 3. So we are nearing almost the end, I guess I could say, of the consolation rounds. And then, like I said, they're going to transition into the semifinals. And as soon as I say that, as I look on the schedule, there are 2 semifinal matches on the docket for the mat to come up. The semifinal matches on mat number 1 is going to be Adrian Trujillo of Rollins taking on Kazan Sealer of Lyman, and then Tanner Johnson of Douglas taking on Caden Orr of Natrona County. So from what I understand then, and I can only assume this to be the case, that once the semifinals are done, then we will transition into the championship rounds, or the placement rounds, I guess you could say. So right now, behind me on mat number 4, Chris Topam is going to step off against Adam Flores. And they are just now getting started over on mat number 4. Both young men tangle up with each other, and quickly Topam has Flores down on the mat. Topam is looking for a quick first period pinfall. And he had Flores on the mat. However, they were out of bounds, so therefore they had to go back to the center, and it is quickly 2-0 in favor of Chris Topam of Riverton. Topam still trying to get side position, trying to get some kind of roll there, but Flores able to grab the ankle of Topam to make sure that does not happen. Tries to sit out, unable to do so. Topam drives him right back into the mat, and now we're back to a central position, and now it is 2-1 at the end of the first period in favor of Chris Topam of Riverton. Both men take a neutral position as the second period begins. And Topam is muscling Flores back, and a nice hip toss there and a takedown by Topam, and now has Flores on his back. It is 4-1 in favor of Topam, but Topam's not worried about that. He's looking for the pinfall, and he's got a good position on it, and he got the pin. So Chris Topam gets the pin over Adam Flores in the consolation bracket second round. So now we are transitioning into the semifinals slowly but surely, as there are more semifinal matches now getting shown on the docket on the mat schedule. Right now, though, we're waiting on mat number 3 right now. Jack Worthington taking on Cody Cunningham in a consolation round number 2 match. And they are actually already on the mat, so we're going to take this one in progress, and we're going to see if we're going to transition then to the semifinals. So Cunningham and Worthington lock up in the center of the mat as we get started in the first period. And both of these young men are leaning on each other, trying to find something to do with each other. Both of them signing each other up. And both matches right now. So right now, Tanner Johnson and Caden Orr are going to be going at it on the second mat, and right now Sleer and Truehull are also in a semifinal match on 1 and 2. So as soon as the third round, the Lander Valley match over on mat number 3 ends, we'll transition over to those. There is 8 seconds left in the third round, or on mat number 3, and the first period comes to an end with really nothing going on over on the third mat other than a lot of leaning on each other. So now it is 0-0 as we enter into the second period. And Cunningham will take the down as Worthington will mount. And we are off and running. And quickly, Cunningham gets up to his feet and quickly gets the point back to neutrality. So it is 1-0 in favor of Cody Cunningham of Lander Valley. Both young men fall down, and the referee gives 2 points to Cody Cunningham for the takedown as they enter the edge of the mat. And Cody lets Worthington back up and goes and meets him back in the center of the mat, and it's 3-1 now in favor of Cunningham. There is a lot more people now coming over on my left and my right to watch the semifinal matches that are taking place on mats 1 and 2. Cunningham is now got Worthington over on his back with 53 seconds and counting, and Cody Cunningham gets the pinfall over on mat number 3. So now we're all up into the semifinals, and we're going to take in progress match on mat number 2 with 20 seconds left in the first period. It is Tanner Johnson of Douglas taking on Caden Orr of Natrona County. Both young men sizing each other up and are in a tangled up position, both halfway shooting, not able to get anything going though. Both are on the side and edge with 2 seconds, 1 second, and it is the end of the first period with a tie 0-0 in the first semifinal match of the evening for mat number 2. Johnson will take the down as Caden Orr will take the top for Natrona County. And we are off and running in the second period. Orr has the wrist of Johnson and now has a good grip of the left arm of Johnson. Johnson trying to swim out of the grip that Orr has on him. Unable to do so as of yet, and Orr is looking like he's trying to set up a roll position pinfall, but he falls out of bounds. So Johnson will then take the down, and then Orr will take the mount again, and we're off and running again with 1:18 in the second period. Orr is making Johnson carry all of his weight on his back as he tries to make his way back up, unable to do so. Orr is trying to lean back, trying to get, and now switches tactics and tries to push the head of Johnson down in the mat, and again switches tactics again, and now has a complete, almost like a boa constrictor move in the middle of the mat. Orr high up on the shoulders of Tanner, and now he's got to try to roll, does Tanner Johnson. Orr is still really high up on the shoulders of Tanner Johnson, so if Tanner can just toss him off, he would have control on the back. Orr now looking a little bit lower on the shoulders there. And so we reset with 15 seconds and counting, and a timeout by the official with 12 seconds and counting in the second period. Orr will take the mount with 10 seconds. And again, we're back to the same position we were. Orr looking to grab some kind of a cradle. It looks like he's looking for that cradle. And the officials call for the end of the second period. And we are tied 0-0 going into the third. So Orr will take the bottom this time, and Tanner Johnson will take the top as we enter the third period. Orr really well done there, trying to keep everything tight, everything as tight as possibly he can. And as soon as I say that, Orr is able to break, Johnson breaks him out of that, and now looking for a roll position again, this time on Orr. So the same rolls are reversed as in the second period. Johnson unable to get the roll pinfall attempt. So now it's 1-0 in favor of Caden Orr after the reversal and being able to get back up on his feet and face. We call that neutrality. So now it's 1-0 in favor of Caden Orr. Johnson now slinging the head around, trying to find something to do. Gets Orr down to the mat. And now Orr trying to do something there, unable to do it. And now the ankles and legs are tied up on Caden Orr. No points given as of yet. 45 seconds left in the third period. And now there is a time called. And Caden Orr is hurt. The training staff trying to work on that knee, and you can see that Caden is in some pain. So right now it is 1-0 in favor of Caden Orr of Natrona County. And so now the training staff all coming out and looking at Orr, who is sitting down on.
Everybody standing on the rail, please sit down. People behind you cannot see.
Training staff still looking at Caden Orr, and the timeout clock is running. And Orr is back up to his feet. Looks like he's trying to shake out the issue, trying to walk it off. You can definitely tell he's still not comfortable. and he's going to try to go. With a 1-0 lead in the third period, he's going to try to get through the 35 seconds. And quickly, Tanner Johnson taking full advantage. Or back down to the mat. There is 25 seconds and counting left in the third period with a 1-0 lead to Tanner Johnson. Or to Caden Orr, I'm sorry. Johnson looks behind, looks at the clock with 15 and counting. There's no points given. No points given by the official with 10 seconds left. Orr is still in the lead with 1-0 point, with a 1-0 score. It is 2 seconds, 1 second. No points have been given, and the time is over. And so that's it. And so Caden Orr, Natrona County, will go into the finals, and I imagine that he is going to go straight to the training room. So from one Natrona County guy to the next, Trey Smith of Cody is going to take on Tate Tromble of Natrona County. And again, this is all semifinal matches going on. Smith and Tromble going at it, both do-si-doing around each other, both trying to get a spin. And now now Smith has got a possible pinfall attempt going on Tromble. Tromble trying to get back to his feet, unable to do so. Both of them going back and forth, then both go out of bounds. 2 points was given to Natrona County's Tate Tromble. And now we have some blood on Trey Smith of Cody. Trey Smith is a freshman, and he is 22-1 on the season. Tate Tromble is a senior, 35-2. So this is going to be interesting to see how this match turns about. They were able to get the blood taken care of off of Tromble, and so now we are back at it. And both men, again, really going at it. Smith tries to get back up, unable to do so, as Tromble makes sure that he is really well tied up. And now Tromble has Smith in a predicament. However, it is not a pinfall or points given, so it is 2-0 in favor of Tromble with 42 seconds and counting left in the first period. Referee calls for an out of bounds, and so Trey Smith will take the down, and Tate Tromble will take the mount, and we're off and running with 34 seconds and counting. Smith tries to shoot out, unable to do so, as Tromble was able to keep up with him pretty well there. There is 20 seconds left in the first period, and nothing really going on. There is Smith is doing really well keeping his arms as wide out as he can to make sure that Tromble can't do anything with him. And that'll be the end of the first period. It is 2-0 in favor of Tate Tromble of Natrona County. Cody Trey Smith will take the down as we enter the second period. And quickly, Smith tries to break out again, stands up, but again, Tromble able to take him right back down. Tromble now has looking for something. He's got an arm around the waist of Smith and trying to get the shoulder and wrist of Smith, which he does. Has an under, it looks like a hammerlock there on the far side of the mat. And referee calls time again, and it is a blood stoppage again. It is 2-0 in favor of Tate Tromble of Natrona County in, oh, sorry guys. Just kicked somebody in front of me. This place is like sitting room only. I got people behind me, got people to my left, people to my right. But it is 2-0 in favor of Tate Tromble of Natrona County in the semifinals of the 113-pound weight class. So we are trying to get the blood off of Trey Smith. And looks like they were able to do so. And now we're making sure that there's no blood on Tromble. And looks like we're ready to go. Official signals, everybody's happy. And so we're back at it. Tromble on top and takes Smith right back down to the mat. And this time he's got a wrist control. It is 1:22 left in the second period. And it is 2-0 in favor of Tromble. Both men trying to find something to do offensively. Cody's Trey Smith tries to sit out, and Tromble with a hard crossface, and the gauze in the nose of Trey Smith has come out, so keep an eye on that. Referee right there on top of it. Referee talks to both young men, telling them to do something with what they're doing, and again, that single leg of Trey Smith, of Tromble, is almost like Velcro. He is not letting it go. And I say that, and then Smith able to flip Tromble over for a split second. Tromble back up, however. And now this time it's going to be, Tromble is going to try to get the pinfall. He's not wasting any more time now. Smith down on the mat. Referee counting. Now Tromble's got a better angle on the pinfall. There is 6 seconds left in the second period. And Cody's Trey Smith is going to survive this round. It is 3 points in favor of Tate Tromble, making it 5-0. And at the beginning of the third, we're going to have a face-to-face in the neutral. For a split second there, Trey Smith had Tate Tromble on his back. And again, if you're Tate Smith or Trey Smith, you have to think about being able to breathe. With that gauze up the nose, it makes it hard to breathe. So as we get later into this third period, you may see some exhaustion right there. And again, the referee quickly calls for a stoppage as the gauze in the nose of Trey Smith comes out again. And as I look around, there is literally a bunch of people just sitting around on the side of the mats. And there are people up in the stands. There's people up on the guardrails. So we are jammed to the capacity right now as the semifinal matches are going on. The blood situation is taken care of, so we're back at it with 1:15 left in the third period. And it is 5-0 in favor of Tate Tromble. Tromble is now trying to wiggle his way out of a situation, and now Trey Smith has Tromble back on his back. And again, Tromble is able to get off of his back quickly, but now it is 5-4 in favor of Tromble with 53 seconds left in the third period. So things have just got a lot more interesting. Trey Smith trying to fight up, trying to keep control, unable to do so. So now it is 6-4 in favor of Tromble on the neutrality. Smith is going to try to shoot, not able to do so. 29 seconds left in the third period. Both men jockeying for wrist control. The crowd is on their feet over on mat number 1, but over on mat number 2, there's 15 seconds left. 6-4 left in the third period. 14 seconds left, and now Trey Smith again. Trey Smith gets the 2 points late in the quarter. Trey Smith now trying to get the pin on Cody, on Tromble, and it is over. And indeed, it has happened. A late, and I mean late, turn of events there as Trey Smith of Cody gets the near fall and gets the 9-6 win over Natrona County's Tate Tromble. What a match that was. With less than 10 seconds left, Trey Smith was able to get Tromble over on his back. Doesn't get the pinfall, but only needed 3 points to get the win, 9-6. So now we go over to the 120 weight class, and Colton Powers of Sheridan taking on Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs. Nice move there by Brock Fletcher. Brock Fletcher a little bit taller than Colton Powers. And they're both dancing around in the center of the mat with 1:14 left in the first period and a 2-1 lead in favor of Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs. Both men tied up in the center of the mat and both break free. So we reset and do it all again. Brock Fletcher is quick on the feet. Up and down he goes, looking for an opening, faking shoots and everything. There's 35 seconds left in the first period. 2-1 still in favor of Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs. They now tie up in the center of the mat. Nothing really happening as of yet. Both men go down to the mat for a split second, then get back up with 15 seconds left. First period, 2-1 in favor of Fletcher. And that is going to be the end of the first period. So referees are going to have a conversation. There's coaches on both sides ready to talk to the officials depending on what happens here. No points. And so it is 2-1, still in favor of Fletcher. So they had called the takedown. However, it was after the whistle of the end of the quarter. All right, so the bottom, Colton Powers, and that looked really weird on the breakout because Powers quickly got out of that. And now Fletcher is on his side, his shoulder deep into the mat right now, and Powers has got Fletcher's arm, and Fletcher's trying to make his way back up to a vertical base, unable to do so as Powers takes him right back down to the mat. And again, Fletcher tries to get back up, and again, this time, Fletcher, with a smart move, gets out of bounds to reset and get back to the center position. And his headgear even came off. All right, Fletcher down on the bottom. Powers will mount this time, and we're off and running. And that looked a lot better that time. And a nice roll through there by both men as they come out, and they are still going at it as they're out of bounds. Almost came through the guardrail. I saw a lot of big-eyed people over there as the guys came closer to the guardrail. So it is 4-1 in favor of Colton Powers of Sheridan. Referees have configure and talk for a split second. And I don't know what the conversation was about, but we're back at it again. So we reset again, and here we go again. And we're back at it. And this time, Powers almost picks up and slams, but then nice roll through and reversal, and 2 points given to Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs, makes it 4-3 in favor of Fletcher. 4-3 in favor of Powers. Fletcher has control of the back right now with 55 seconds and counting in the second period. Trying to look for the wrist, trying to look for a shoulder, look for anything he can grab. And they call an illegal hold on Brock Fletcher. And so they give a point to Powers, making it 5-3 with 44 seconds left in the second period. And now we set, and quickly Fletcher trying to get a pinfall, looks over at the clock very briefly, still looking up at the clock, trying to get a hold. He's not thinking points right here, he's trying to get a pin. He's got a hold of the head, he keeps looking at the clock. 5-3 in favor of Powers. 20 seconds left in the second period. Fletcher has control of Powers' head. He just can't roll him. And a warning is called on Fletcher. And now 5-3 still in favor of Powers with 10 seconds left. Powers tries to roll through, unable to do so as Fletcher holds on to him. And no points given there at the end of the second period. So it is 5-3 in favor of Powers. So Brock Fletcher is now going to take the down position as Powers will mount. And here we are in the third period of the semifinal matches. Powers trying to break down the arm of Fletcher. Fletcher with a reversal, and Fletcher with a slam. And they called an illegal slam. So it is 5-4 now in favor of Fletcher, with the point given for the illegal slam on Fletcher. And then it is I was going to say it, yeah. There we go. All right, so we're back at 6-4. I was going to say that, and now it's 7-4. And now we're 6-4 again. All right. So now it is 6-4 in favor of Brock Fletcher of Natrona County. No, it is 6-4 in favor of Colton Powers of Sheridan. There we go. There is a minute 20 left in the first period of this one. It is 6-4 in favor of Sheridan. And as soon as I say that, Brock Fletcher is trying to roll through and get a pinning predicament on Powers, and he's trying it again. And they are out of bounds. So it is 6-4, still in favor of 6-4 in favor of Colton Powers of Natrona County. And now the coaches are going to have a talk with the officials about the points again. As it stands, it's 6-4 in favor of Colton Powers of Sheridan. We're going to have a discussion between both coaches and official. The Natrona County head coach the Rock Springs head coach has brought over his scoring book, and they are having a discussion with the officials right now. And so we are all good to go at 6-4 with 55 seconds left in the first period. Yes, sir, I'm good. Okay, so I was just told by Riverton officials that we are about 30 minutes away from transitioning into the championship semifinals and finals and so on and so forth. So we are close to transitioning where I'm going to be tearing down and dropping off the stream and then moving everything over and redoing everything. So we are about, like I said, 30 minutes or so away from that. But back to what we were at, 6-4 with 22 seconds left in the first period between Colton Powers of Sheridan and Brock Fletcher of Rock Springs. And Fletcher has control right now of Powers. And there is, so that was in the third period. The scoring was unofficial there. So that was the end of that, and it is Colton Powers of Sheridan with the win, 6-4 in the final. So what we've got going on right now is, a lot of confusion going on there. A lot of the officials coming over trying to move everybody back off of behind the barricade behind me. So right now, over on mat number 1, it is Thomas Dalton of Green River taking on Luke Ewing of Douglas. And they are in the second period, and it is 8-2 in favor of Green River's Thomas Dalton. And on the mat in front of me in mat number 2, we quickly have a pinfall attempt right here. And a pinfall is what we get as Connor Vickery is pinned by Antonio Avelia of Thunder Basin. So now that we get to reset here, we are going to see Cody Phelps of Pinedale taking on Kelton Ewing of Douglas. Phelps in the orange and the green of Pinedale, and Kelton Ewing in black and blue of Douglas. Both men jockeying for position early on with 1:30 left in the first period. Ewing and Phelps. Phelps coming into this one is 31-0. And it is two seniors going at it with tremendous track records. Ewing is 33-3 and Phelps 31-0. Phelps with a single leg pickup, looking to drop down Ewing. And a nice single leg takedown. 2 points given to to Phelps. And it is 2-0 in favor of Cody Phelps of Pinedale. Phelps now has the side control. And now has back control. Trying to get something going is Cody Phelps. There is 35 seconds left in the first period. Phelps has a single underarm and looking to roll Ewing. Unable to do so, though. There is 18 seconds left. Phelps now has really got a cinch in on the head and the arm, trying to maneuver Ewing around. Ewing is not going easily, though. Trying to get back to a vertical base, now sits out and tries to spin out, unable to do so with 3 seconds left in the quarter. And that'll be the end of the first quarter with the score, Cody Phelps leading 2-0 in the points department. Ewing will take the bottom and Phelps will take the top as we enter the second period, and quickly we're off and running. And again, quickly, I keep wanting to say Michael Phelps. It's Cody Phelps. Has an underarm and now a crossface on Ewing, back to where we ended in the first period. Ewing tries to get up on all fours, does. Ewing gets back up to his feet. He's got 1 foot up and on the other on the knee. Now he's back up, and then quickly the referee steps in for an illegal hold. So it is still 2-0 with 1:30 left in the second period in this semifinal match between Cody Phelps and Kelton Ewing in the 138 weight class. Phelps has, again, that arm and has a nice crossface on Ewing, and Ewing tries to pop up, and Phelps, not having any of it, drops him back down to the mat. Finally, Ewing is somewhat back up, but Phelps has got a grab of that leg, and he's going to look for that single leg takedown again. And this time he does, and this time he shoots and gets a double leg takedown. No points, obviously. 2-0 in favor of Cody Phelps still. Phelps looking to maneuver Ewing around, and now Phelps has got a near fall on Ewing and gets the 3 points. And so now it is 5-0 in favor of Cody Phelps. There is 25 seconds left in the second period. And now Phelps is really trying to look for that wrist so he can roll over Ewing to get into the pin attempt. Ewing making it very difficult. So now Phelps switches positions. Now he's got both arms. 5 seconds left, and Ewing is going to be able to survive the round. And I believe I saw another 3 points given to Cody Phelps, and so it is 8-0 in favor of Phelps as we enter the third period. Quickly a shoot by Ewing, and again, Ewing tries to drop down and shoot again, and Phelps tries to jump over, does, and that may be dangerous because now Ewing has a hold of the ankle, and now they're all tied up. Phelps tried to jump over Ewing to get a back control, unable to do so, and then he ends up grabbing the ankle, and that was dangerous if you're Cody Phelps. So we are still 8-0 in favor of Phelps with 1:34 and counting. Ewing tries to shoot and unable to do so, and then gives up back control to Phelps, so then that makes it 10-1 in favor of Phelps. And then Phelps lets Ewing back up, makes it 10-1, and now we're back to center after both men go out of bounds. They are fast-paced. Cody Phelps drives Ewing back down into the mat, and you could hear the crowd all on that part. With 1:08 left in the third period, and Phelps is still looking for a pinfall. So there is 41 seconds left in this one. And I'm sorry, but it got heated over on mat number 3. Over on mat number 3, things got a little bit heated right there, and the officials are talking with the coach over there. They're in the second period over there with 1:47 left. Back over on mat number 2, it is 10 seconds left, and it's 16-4 in favor of Cody Phelps. And that's it. Cody Phelps with the win. 18-4 in the semis. So I'm going to jump over to mat number 3, and that is Rudy Osborne of Sheridan and Ethan Kemp of Pinedale. And both of those young men are really getting into it in the center of the mat. With 1:08 left in the second period, and it is 2-0 in favor of Osborne. Osborne tries to shoot, single leg taken on Kemp. Kemp not going down, however, finally does. Gets back control, does Osborne. Osborne trying to ride out Kemp. Kemp again not going to let Osborne go anywhere, and it's 4-0 in favor of Kemp. There is 33 seconds left in the second period over on mat number 3. And both young men go out of bounds. And we will go back to the center of the mat. So that is over there again, Rudy Osborne and Ethan Kemp on mat number 3. Kemp from Pinedale, Osborne from Sheridan. Kemp tries to pop out, again not able to do so. Osborne takes him right back down. They're out of bounds, pushed out of bounds again, and the frustration is starting to build over on mat number 3. There is 22 seconds left in the second period. Kemp goes down, and Osborne takes the top, and they're at it again. Osborne takes Kemp back down to the mat after Kemp tries to get back up. 15 seconds left in the second period. It is second period, 4-0 in favor of Kemp. There's 5 seconds left in the period, 2-1, and that is it for the second period. So Osborne and Kemp going into the final period. Kemp had the option of where to start the period. They'll take neutral, and we're back at it in the middle of the mat. They tie up, and quickly Osborne with a shoot, and again Kemp goes down. Kemp looking at the official, and now Osborne has him fully down on the mat. It is 6-0 in favor of Rudy Osborne of Sheridan. Kemp rolls out, nice rollout, and they go buck heads to each other, back to a neutrality. 6-1 now in favor of Osborne. Both young men go back out, and they will reset in the center. With a minute 24 in the third period and a 6-1 lead in favor of Rudy Osborne of Sheridan. Osborne and Kemp start to circle around each other as they're locked up, spin each other out of bounds. And so they'll go back to the center of the mat again, this time with a minute and 10 seconds left. Osborne gets side control of Kemp. Kemp trying to circle, keeps trying to circle. Nice block there on the pinfall attempt there by Kemp of Pinedale. They give a point to Kemp, and it is 6-3 now with 53 seconds left. So if Kemp wants to make this interesting, he's going to need a near fall or a pin. They tie up again. They start to circle each other. They're leaning up against each other. Nothing really happening over in mat number 3 with 35 seconds. Kemp tries to shoot, unable to do so. Gives up back control to Osborne. Osborne then knocks Kemp out of bounds, and it's back to 6-3 with 33 seconds in the center of the mat. They lock up again. And again, a shoot there by Osborne. A nice block by Kemp with 20 seconds and counting. And again, they're going back out of bounds, and again, they're out of bounds. With 19 seconds left in the third period. And again, right now, it just looks like Osborne is content with just trying to frustrate him. It's 6-5 now with 9 seconds left. Now things get interesting. Kemp tries to shoot. Kemp tries to shoot again. 3 seconds, 1 second. Unable to do so, and that's it. Rudy Osborne with the 6-5 victory. For Sheridan. So now we're going to reset again, and I'm going to take a look at what else is happening on the other mats. We have a lot of the consolation matches going on mats 3 and 4 as of right now, and the semifinal matches are happening on mats 1 and 2. So right now over on mat number 1, it is Connor Todd of Green River taking on Devin Weber of Wheatland in the semifinal 138 match. And it is 2-0 right now with a minute 30 in the first period in favor of Connor Todd of Green River. Todd and Weber are on the mat right now with under 50 seconds to go in the first period. Both young men, really not a lot of movement going on, a lot of breaking down. Weber trying to keep getting up, unable to do so. Todd has a really good grapevine on the leg, so it makes it difficult for Weber to get back to his feet. There is 30 seconds left in the first period. And again, referee calls for a break. Over on mat number 3, I did not see this, and that's my fault. That is Charles Snyder of Lander Valley taking on Jace Berry of Natrona County. Over on mat number 1, Todd and Weber have just entered the second period, and Weber is going to take the down as Todd is going to mount, and quickly Todd is crawling all over Weber to make sure that he has to carry his weight and Todd's weight as well. So now, Todd and Weber finally gets back control in a reversal. 2 points there in favor of of Devin Weber. Connor Todd tries to get back up, unable to do so. Weber almost had a pinfall attempt there, but Todd quickly gets out of it. Weber looking for the cradle roll pinfall. Looks like that's what he's trying to set up for. Unable to get it, though. It is 4-2 in favor of Devin Weber of Wheatland with under a minute left in the second period. Wheatland, Weber still trying to break down Todd now over on mat number 1. 35 seconds left in the second period and a 4-2 lead in favor of Devin Weber. Todd is playing a good defense to Weber, trying to roll him over on his back, staying long and staying wide. So now with 8 seconds left, 3 seconds left now, 4-2 in favor of Devin Weber as we enter the third period. As the third period starts, it is 4-2 still in favor of Devin Weber. Weber almost had a opportunity to go for a pinfall there. Instead takes the side control, and it is now 6-2 in favor of Devin Weber. Weber has control of that wrist now, and he's going to try to roll Connor Todd on his back. Todd almost had the opportunity and then reverses. Todd almost had a split opportunity to get a pinfall opportunity there, but then takes the back control in a reversal, and it is now 6-4 with a minute and 8 seconds left. With under a minute, it is now 7-4 in favor of Devin Weber, as he was able to get back to his feet and face Connor Todd, so therefore he gets the point. 45 seconds and counting left over on mat number 1. Devin Weber with a shoot-in on Connor Todd, unable to do anything with it with 20 seconds and counting left, and it's 7-4, still in favor of Weber. There is 10 seconds left in the third period. It is still 7-4 with 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, and 1, and that is it. And thank you to everybody to my right to make sure that I didn't get killed. Mat number 2, that is Rylan Ware and Billy Brenton of Natrona County, and they almost came crashing into the table. It is 1-0 with 30 seconds left in the second period in favor of Rylan Ware of Douglas. No, it is Riggin Walker, thank you, sir, of Cremier and Pinedale. And that is the end of the second period with the score 1-0. It is very difficult to call four mats with one person, so I'm sorry that I'm getting some of these names wrong. But right now it is Riggin Walker and Colton Gilhausen of Pinedale. And it is 1-0 and now tied 1-1 after neutrality at the beginning of the third period and 1:45 left in the match. Over on mat number 3, Peyton Trumpler and Sam Thornhill is just kicked off. And that is a consolation round 5 match. And right quickly, there is a pinfall attempt from Pinedale on Walker. Walker able to get out of that pin attempt, however, but still on the takedown. It is 3-1. And both men are out of bounds. And now it is 5-2 with a minute left in the match here on mat number 2. Both young men Colton trying to 6-4 now with under 30 seconds left in the third period. And Colton and Walker, that's 2 points in favor of Walker. 6-6 now. There's a dump and a 1 point in neutrality. 7-6 now in favor of Colton. And a takedown, but it's out of bounds with 13 seconds left. It is 7-6. So Riggin Walker right now needs a takedown or something. 10 seconds left. 9. Nice shoot. Unable to do anything with it, though, is Colton. And now he's going to try to get back control. However, Colton has his ankle, and that's time. And both young men are exhausted on the mat. And so Colton with the win for Pinedale, and he will go into the finals. So coming up, Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois will take on Jack Ring on mat number 1 in the 170s semifinal. And that's going to be a fun one. Jack Ring coming in 6-0, and Wyatt Tremblay coming in at 23-1. So again, we are nearing the transition where we will go into the finals. The semifinals are happening on mat 1 and 2 right now. The consolation rounds are finishing up on mats 3 and 4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call the Wyatt Tremblay Jack Ring match, and then I will drop off the stream to reset as we go into the championship rounds. Natrona County's Caden Wilcox has got Hazen Camino of Buffalo in a compromising position, and that is a pinfall there for Caden Wilcox. Quickly in the first round. Over on mat number 2 now, it is Morgan Hatch of Lyman taking on Taryn Grooms of Sheridan. Both young men shake hands and both young men go at it. And what's interesting is one of the Sheridan coaches is literally teetering between mat number 1 and number 2. He is having a really hard time over on mat 1 and 2, as he's got one guy on his right and one guy on his left in matches. Hatch is in all blue on the from Lyman, and Grooms is in the black singlet with the word Bronc around the chest. Both young men jockeying for position. There is a minute exactly left in the first period of the mat on mat number 2. Grooms tries to shoot in on Hatch, unable to do so, but still has some side control. And now Grooms is trying to move over Hatch with 40 seconds and counting left in the first period. Hatch has got a death grip on Grooms' leg, however. Finally breaks that, and now Grooms tries to make a move on Hatch. And then Hatch again grabs a hold of Grooms' ankle to make sure that he can go anywhere with 19 seconds and counting left in the first period. Hatch has got a death grip on the upper leg of Grooms. As referee calls for a break, I thought it was the end of the quarter. It is not. So there is 4 seconds left in the first. And now it's the end of the first period with the score tied at 0-0. Both of these young men are sophomores. Hatch coming in with a 25-4 record. Grooms coming in with a 20-7 record. And as we begin the second period, it is Hatch on top of Grooms as Grooms tries to get out and tries to spin out. Finally does. Still has not gotten the neutrality position. And then Grooms gives up, gets the side position on Hatch, and then finally does get full back position and the reversal. So now it is 2-0 in favor of Grooms. Grooms is looking for that cradle, but a nice reversal there by Hatch to grab the ankle to knock Grooms off his feet. And now Grooms has got his hands locked, and now Hatch is trying to kick out, but he's got that cradle, does Grooms, and now he's got it on his back, but Grooms is able to reverse it. So there's a near fall given to Grooms, however, and 2 points on the reversal by Hatch. So now it is 5-2 in favor of Taryn Grooms of Sheridan. And now Hatch has position on Grooms. full back mount. And now trying to make something happen on the side with 25 seconds and counting in the second period. Both of these young men still trying to find some positioning with 5 seconds left. Hatch looks up at the clock and is content to let the clock run out in the second period. It is 5-2 in favor of Taryn Grooms of Sheridan as we begin the third period. Hatch trying to get his way back up, trying to fight his way back up to a vertical base, unable to do so. However, rolls through, and then Hatch is not going to let him stay up, and no points were given, and now they're out of bounds. So there is 1:43 left in the third period. Taryn Grooms is going to take the top, and Hatch will take the bottom, and Hatch is going to try to fight his way up to a vertical base again. This time he tries to change courses, tries to sit out, and does not do so. So now Grooms tries to find an opening to get the roll-up pinfall. He doesn't have it fully synced in yet, and now Lyman's Hatch is able to get back control, 2 points, and now with 1:20, it is 5-4 in favor of Taryn Grooms. Grooms is on his back, however, for a split second. Both young men look up at the clock. There's a minute left, 5-4 in the third period. Hatch grabs the wrists of Grooms and trying to maneuver and trying to get around. And again, every time Hatch tries to get up, Grooms takes him back down. Or sorry, take that back. And now Hatch is on his back, or Grooms is on his back. Hatch has got him on top, still no pinfall. Hatch has got to get all his weight on the shoulders. There's 29 seconds, and somehow Grooms gets back on his stomach. However, near fall given to Hatch, and now it is 9-5 in favor of Morgan Hatch. There is 16 seconds left in the third period, 9-5 in favor of Morgan Hatch and Lyman. And quickly, Hatch gives the 1 point up to make it 9-6 with 8 seconds. And now he's just trying to play keep away for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And that'll do it. And Morgan Hatch, after the win, does a backflip. So, okay. What a match between those two right there. And by the way, if that is how he celebrates a semifinal win, what happens if he goes even further? We may see a worm all across the gym. So right now we are waiting on the Wyatt Tremblay-Jack Ring matchup over on mat number 1. They are entering the third period right now. In the match before that one, and it is Cade Poe of Cheyenne East and Giovanni Lucci from Kelly Walsh over on mat number 1, and it is in the third period, and it is tied 7-7, and as soon as I say that, that does not happen. It is 9-7 now in favor of Giovanni Lucci of Kelly Walsh. So over on mat number 2 now is Noah Hone of Kelly Walsh and Colson Kuhn of Sheridan. And it is a minute and 18 seconds in the first period, so they just started over here. Both these young men are in the 170 weight bracket is Hone and Kuhn. And Hone has a single leg on Kuhn, looking to finish off the single leg sweep, drops him down, and somehow Colson Kuhn gets the back control. No points are given, however, because it's not full. Noah Hone now has the possible pin position. He's just got to lean back. Hone is going to try to get out of bounds as best he can. Not going to let him do it, though. Hone is still in bounds. The referee's still not going to let him have it. And finally, they let him have it. So a 2 takedown and 3 points on a near fall there. So it is now 5-0 in favor of, trying to see who's who here, in favor of Noah Hone. Hone quickly takes Kuhn back down to the mat. Not able to fully get back into a vertical base is Kuhn. There is 5 seconds left in the first period, 5-0. And that'll do it. So at the end of the first period, it is 5-0 in favor of Noah Hone of Kelly Walsh. And so they've decided that they're going to go into a neutral position at the start of the second period, and we're off and running again. It looks like Noah Hone's a little bit taller than Kuhn. So we're going to actually now jump over to mat number 1 as Wyatt Tremblay of Dubois is taking on Jack Ring of Central in a semifinal match in the 170-pound bracket. And Tremblay is bouncing up and down as we start the first period. Tremblay tries to shoot, unable to do so. Jack Ring with a nice block. Both young men over on the side of the ring now. And both young men still now get called for the out of bounds and will still go back to a neutral position. And quickly, Tremblay is at the ready, and we're ready to go again. Tremblay tries to shoot, unable to do so. Both young men try to jog for position. And Ring gives up his head, and Tremblay takes advantage of it. Both men now out of bounds again, and both young men will go back to the center. Tremblay down on one knee, trying to find some position on Ring. Both young men back up to a vertical base now. Ring has a little bit of a height advantage on Tremblay, but that has not played a factor so far in this one with a minute left in the first period. Tremblay now is going back and forth with Ring. Ring now has side position and now has a full back position. 2 points on to Jack Ring of Central, making it 2-0 in favor of Ring. Tremblay looking for some way to get out of this. Probably can slip out the back if he wanted to. However, Ring has got a death grip on his arm and is looking to roll him. Ring still trying to roll Tremblay over with 20 seconds left. And now Tremblay's starting to move. Tremblay's starting to roll with him. Unable to get anything going, however. So they're saying no points, no nothing, no back control. So we keep going with 10 seconds left in the first period. And now Tremblay back fully on his stomach, and he's going to try to ride out the rest of this first period. And that'll be the end of the first period over on mat number 1. And at the beginning of the second period, Tremblay will take the down position and Ring will mount, and we're off and running. Ring very quickly grabs an ankle of Tremblay to make sure that there is no way that Tremblay gets away from him. And now has a full death grip around the waist with his legs, trying to find some positioning with the wrist. And he finally does have a wrist of Tremblay with a minute 35 left in the second period. And now Ring is trying to roll Tremblay over, and they're going to give 3 points to Ring on a near fall. So now it is 5-0 in favor of Jack Ring of Cheyenne Central. And again, he's going to look for that other side of the wrist, other wrist now, and try to roll him again. Tremblay is trying to sprawl out as best he can, but there is nowhere for Tremblay to go. And now Tremblay's got a wrist, Ring's got a wrist again, and there's 3 more points on a near fall for Jack Ring. So now we reset over on the side on mat number 1. Ring has his hands clasped and looking for that rollover position pinfall on Tremblay. He's trying to find position with 30 seconds left in the second period. Unable to get anywhere. You can hear the crowd shouting 2 over on mat number 2 with the points with 30 seconds left in that one. There is a pinfall attempt here on mat number 1 between Ring and Tremblay, and the referee is right down on it. Still no pinfall called though, and somehow Tremblay is back up over on his stomach. There is 5 seconds left in that one, and it is a near fall called on for Jack Ring, and it is 11-0 in favor of Ring. Over on mat number 2, we're probably going to go into sudden death overtime with 1 second, and it is 8-8 in the third period, and nobody had any points. So we go into sudden death overtime, and I believe this is the first time this has happened, this whole tournament. So first person to score, if I understand correctly, is going to win this one, and that's 2 points, and that's it. So over on mat number 2, it is Colson Kuhn with the win in sudden death overtime. Now back over to mat number 1. Wyatt Tremblay and Jack Ring are still going at it with a minute 30 left in that match. And it's 11-0 in favor of Jack Ring. Ring looking for some kind of something to work with on Tremblay. Tremblay not able to do much as of yet. There is a minute left in the third period, and it is 11-0 in favor of Jack Ring of Central. Coming up after the Tremble and Jack Ring match, over on mat number 2 will be one that I'm personally looking forward to, Tucker Jensen taking on Garrett Parker. There is 30 seconds left over on mat number 1, and it has been all Jack Ring of Cheyenne Central in that one. It is 12-0 in favor of Ring. There is 10 seconds left, and it looks like Jack Ring is comfortably going to win the match over on mat number 1. So now we are over on mat number 2, and we are waiting for Tucker Jensen to take on Garrett Parker. However, right now in the first round, or first period, it is Keegan Bartlett of Central taking on Brendan Nelson of Natrona County. And that is the match before Jensen and Parker. So we are nearing, I was told nearly around 30 minutes, we're probably around 10, 15 minutes away from where they're going to reset the entire gym and host the semifinal, or not the semifinals, but the finals. And so that'll be coming up here in a few minutes, I think. Not 100% sure on the timing of that. I know that the coaches and the officials are going to come get me whenever that's supposed to happen. But what's going to happen is I'm going to drop the stream, pack up, and then move about, probably 15-ish feet away before we reset to go into the final matches. And from what I understand, and I'm assuming this is still the case, Coach Jay Gailey will join me on headset, and we'll do some color commentary with me as we do the final matches of that one. So right now we are still in the first period between Bartlett and Nelson, and Tucker Jensen and Garrett Parker will be the match afterwards. And I can already see Tucker Jensen towering behind me. I can already feel his breath behind me. He has already got his headset on and everything. He's ready to go. He's watching intently at the match in front of him. So, other matches that are going on right now is a bunch of stuff happening behind me over on mat number 4. That is Coulter Hawes and Thomas Howard going at it. That is Burns Pine Bluff and Big Piney going at it. And the crowd back there is going absolutely insane. And again, if you're listening and you are in the Riverton area, get on down here. This is making out to be a fun ending to what has been an awesome tournament. And again, I want to give a shout out to the Riverton High School officials. They have done just an excellent job putting this tournament together. And the officials and the players as well has also done extremely good, well, to make sure everything runs smoothly. But like I said, we're not done yet. We have still got a lot to go. The crowd has gotten only bigger since we first started this morning at about 9 o'clock. And so we are nowhere even close to being done here. And again, there are people behind me. There are people in the stands, people sitting on the floor. It is completely packed here in Wolverine Gymnasium. We are awaiting again the Tucker Jensen Garrett Parker matchup in the semifinals in the 220 weight bracket. And that is going to take place after the match that is happening right in front of me, which is Keegan Bartlett of Cheyenne Central, and Brendan Nelson of Natrona County. The crowd has been really lively here in the last few matches, and really it's been quite entertaining to see. You can actually almost section off the fans across from me by the uniforms that they're wearing, and so you can kind of pick out who's from who and who's where and everything. There is 1:45 seconds left on the match in between Bartlett and Nelson, and it is 5-2 in favor of Bartlett. Over on mat number 3, Cody Cunningham and Charlie Green are going at it. That is Lander Valley taking on Cheyenne East. And Cunningham is looking for a quick pinfall with 10 seconds left in the first period over on mat number 3. Over on mat number 2, it is 59 seconds left in the third period, 5-2 in favor of Keegan Bartlett of Central. There is a conversation happening between one of the officials and one of the coaches right in front of me, so that is why we have a delay in action right now. Over on mat number 3, Cody Cunningham has got Charlie Green down, and Charlie Green gets pinned. So Cody Cunningham with the win over on mat number 3 early in the second period. So now we are still waiting on the Tucker Jensen and Garrett Parker matchup. There is 23 seconds left in the third period. In the match before that, it is 5-2 in favor of Keegan Bartlett of Cheyenne Central. And the crowd is going crazy on the match over on mat number 1. That is between Dubois and Walker. And it was tied 7-7 in the third period. The crowd erupts over there. There's crowds holding up 3 fingers for a near fall. There's all sorts of chaos going on over there. Referees are talking, and there's 2 points in favor of. So a lot of chaos just happened. And right there, that is Landon Walker of Cokeville with the win. In a final 9-8. What a match, way to end the match over there. So now we got Jensen and Parker on mat number 2, and we're off and running there. And again, there's 3 mats in front of me, and so me trying to call all 3 mats is near to impossible, so I apologize ahead of time. Jensen has the height advantage on Parker as both men circle around the center of the mat. This is the semifinals for the 220-pounders. Jensen and Parker not wanting to make a mistake early on with 1:20 left in the first period. Jensen looking to roll Parker, and he's not out of bounds yet. The official, that's 2 points for the takedown, I think. I don't see an official call yet. Now there's 2 points right there, and we're waiting on the official to call for the near fall. He's got Parker's shoulder near to the mat. They're almost out of bounds. Referee still not calling for the out of bounds. Jensen has got both his feet in bounds, and Parker's shoulder is near the mat with 43 seconds left. Parker still trying to make a move, trying to roll over, not able to do so. Finally he does, and finally gets back control. So it's 3 points for a near fall for Jensen, 2 points on the reversal for Parker. There is 25 seconds left in the first period, and now it's Parker with the reversal and trying to get Jensen on his back. There is 14 seconds left. Jensen trying to circle, trying to keep his legs straight out so that he's not able to get his back turned over. There's 4 seconds left in the period. 3 seconds. Jensen is going to be able to hold on in the first round. Tucker Jensen quickly out of the gates there, had the near fall, but Parker was able to get out of it and then turned it over and almost had an opportunity to pin Jensen. So now Jensen will take the down, Parker will take the up, and we're off and running in the second period. Jensen quickly tries to sit out and squirm out, but not able to do so. Now he's just trying to power his way back out. Unable to do that too. Tries to roll through, not able to do that as well. Parker has got a death grip on the waist of Jensen. And now Jensen Parker's got a side mat on Jensen. And Jensen tries to roll through, is able to do so, gets back on his stomach. There is 1:33 left, and Jensen is in trouble. Jensen back over to his stomach now, able to get away from that. He's got to get that left arm free if he's going to get any kind of momentum, because now it's just Parker's just going to torque on that arm until he goes with him. Jensen again tries to roll through, is able to do so. It's 5-2 in favor of Tucker Jensen. And now we've got a time, and it is a grabbing of a headgear by Parker, and that gives it 6-2 in favor of Tucker Jensen. Jensen will now go down to the mat, and Parker will take the mount, and we're off and running again. Jensen tries to sit out again, unable to do so. Parker drives him back down to the mat. Tries to get that arm and head again, and now is trying to circle again with 53 seconds left. Tucker has got his head buried down into the mat. He's got to be able to, and now Jensen is the one gets rolled over on his back. Tucker still does not have a point. However, now the shoulders are down, and Parker is trying to fight. Jensen is trying to fight it off. Parker still has not got the pinfall. Jensen's still trying to roll. Parker has still not got the pinfall. He's still trying to roll. There's 22 seconds left in the second period. Still able to roll is Jensen. Parker has got all of his weight down on the shoulders. Jensen is still rolling. The shoulders are still not down with 11 seconds left, 10 seconds left. Jensen is tired. You can see it in his eyes. Jensen's still trying to roll. Jensen's still not got the shoulders down. He's been on his back for the last 20 seconds, and finally the pinfall. Coach Kyle Hunter is going to have a conversation with the official, I think. That was deadly close. That was almost as the hand was coming down, the time expired. there is a conversation going on between Coach Kyle Hunter and the official. I mean, it was literally within a eyelash of the time expiring in the pinfall. So now we got a conversation going back and forth. Jensen and Parker are standing in the middle, and we still have not got a word. As of right now, it stands 6-2 in favor of Jensen. However, Jensen was pinned almost simultaneously as they're going to call it's a fall. And so they are going to give the award, the win, to Garrett Parker. And again, that was simultaneous right there. Tucker Jensen fought that pin off for at least almost 30 to 45 seconds. And so that will set up, that actually is going to knock out all of the Fremont County guys out of contention in the championship bracket. So what is going to happen now is I'm going to sign off for a little bit, and then we're going to reset and set up everything over on the benches behind me as we get ready for the finals and of each round. And so I will talk to you in just a little bit. We will drop the stream, so look for the stream to catch back up, and we'll be back with the finals of the Ron Thon tournament in just a little bit.